case of Christina. Then the police discovered a crucial clue: Pauline had sold her bicycle and a videotape. When asked about these items at Christina's school, her mother dismissed them, saying they were no longer needed. At the time, everyone was still hopeful that Christina was alive, but this new information was very disturbing. The police began to question whether Christina had actually been in the store that day and considered the possibility that Pauline's story was a lie intended to mislead the investigation. 2 weeks after Christina's disappearance, the police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched the home where Christina lived with her mother. Unfortunately, these searches did not yield any useful information. They could not find any clues at the time. Pauline, the girl's mother and the last person to see her alive, became the prime suspect. However, the situation changed dramatically a few days later when Pauline went to the police in tears and confessed. She claimed that her husband, John, had beaten their daughter to death, but insisted it was an accident. Pauline provided a detailed account of Christina's final moments. A victim of domestic violence, she admitted to fabricating a kidnapping story to mislead the police. Her efforts to cover up the crime ultimately contributed to her long prison sentence. John Zile lived with his wife, Pauline, and their sons in a cramped apartment. They struggled financially, and the difficult living conditions may have contributed to negative feelings towards their daughter, Christina. On September 16, 1994, John lost control and beat Christina because she was dirty and had problems with urinary incontinence. Neighbors heard noises, including John's screams and Christina's cries, which sounded different from the typical cries of a child. They could hear muffled thumping, followed by Christina screaming louder. Eventually, the noise died down, but the mother begged John to stop. During the incident, Christina lost consciousness and began to convulse. John hit her hard enough to silence her and covered her mouth with his hand, causing her to choke. When things finally quieted down, neighbors could hear John's panicked voice. John and Pauline hid Christina's body in a closet for a week before moving it to a vacant lot behind a shopping center to bury it. Pauline agreed to reveal Christina's burial location. On October 27th, Christina's body was found. She had multiple stab wounds. Forensic experts confirmed that the cause of death was strangulation. The child had suffocated while trying to cover her face with her hands. Police discovered that while the body was in the closet, the couple had prepared for the burial by purchasing items such as shovels, tarps, cleaning supplies, and other necessary tools. Pauline had acted cautiously. She took Christina's belongings, such as her bicycle and videotapes, to a pawn shop. She later admitted that she had done so to erase the memory of her daughter. However, the reality was simpler. She had used the money from the pawn to pay for the burial and clean the house. Pauline blamed her husband for their daughter's death, claiming that he was responsible for killing her. But later revelations changed the story. John claimed that Pauline never intervened when he was beating Christina. On the day he lost control and attacked Christina, he asked Pauline to call for help to save the girl while she was still alive, but Pauline refused to help their daughter. During questioning, Pauline admitted this. She believed that the girl could still be saved, but she was too afraid of facing the consequences of her actions to take her to the hospital. The police discovered that Christina had been abused many times before. Despite this, Pauline never intervened to stop the abuse. Even when Christina begged Pauline for help during John's attack, Pauline showed no interest. Pauline Zile and John Zile were later arrested and charged with child abuse and concealing evidence. Pauline, who has 2 sons, faced losing her parental rights. Realizing this during the first hearing, she voluntarily relinquished her rights to her sons through their attorney. A foster family took in the children. Pauline Zile's trial began, during which she denied her guilt and blamed John for what had happened. Her lawyer argued that Christina's death was accidental, but the prosecution countered effectively, highlighting clear evidence of violence. The defense claimed there were many mitigating circumstances, stating that Pauline was a loving mother and that her colleagues respected her. The lawyers attempted to argue that Pauline was controlled by John, an abusive husband who kept her in a constant state of fear, which prevented her from fighting back. However, the prosecution pointed out that Pauline herself admitted she could have saved her daughter but chose not to. Relatives from Christina's biological father's side, including her grandmother, who had cared for Christina for many years, claimed that from the moment Christina was born, her mother had considered her unwanted and did not want to care for her. They expressed remorse for returning Christina to her mother, Pauline. The prosecution argued that John played a key role in Christina's murder. They claimed that Pauline's actions were completely contrary to her maternal instincts, as she failed to protect her child and did not call for help. Pauline's lawyers disputed this view. However, there was no doubt that both parents were responsible for her death. After an hour and a half of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict. They agreed with the prosecution and found Pauline Zile guilty of first-degree murder because she was with John when he harmed her and actively participated in covering up the crime, including burying the child in a vacant lot. As a result, she was sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 13 years for concealing evidence and child abuse, rendering her ineligible for parole. When Pauline's sentence was announced, she cried tears of joy, relieved to avoid the death penalty in the electric chair. Although her lawyers planned to appeal the verdict, claiming it was unjust, their efforts were rejected. The prosecutor stated that the verdict should serve as a warning to abusive parents, emphasizing that such individuals would face serious legal consequences. The case provoked a strong emotional response from the public. As a result, the jury had to be changed to ensure their decision was fair. Many were shocked that Pauline did not intervene to save her daughter, did not call for help, and actively participated in the cover-up of the horrific crime. The public reaction led to a wave of protests. Experts noted that many children are often victims of violence at the hands of their own parents. This situation has been exacerbated by a series of similar crimes in recent years. In California, a woman killed her 3 children, the youngest being 4 years old and the others being 8 and 9. She attempted to blame her husband, who lived far away from the children. The husband fought for custody of the children but had a solid alibi, as he was hundreds of miles away when the tragic events occurred. In 1998, the woman was sentenced to death and is still awaiting execution. There have been many similar cases reported in the media, most notably the 1983 case of Elizabeth Diane Downs. Elizabeth claimed that a stranger shot her 3 children after she picked him up on a deserted road. However, it was revealed that she had shot them herself. Her 7-year-old daughter died as a result, and her 2 other children were left disabled. Elizabeth is currently serving a life sentence for first-degree murder and attempted murder, with the possibility of parole after 25 years, but she has been denied parole several times. A common theme in these cases is that mothers often try to blame their husbands for their actions. Police have become increasingly skeptical of these attempts at blame. This skepticism is evident in Pauline's statements, as police note that her case is not an isolated one. There are many cases of postpartum depression and similar issues affecting mothers. A psychiatrist points out that many tragic child deaths could have been prevented if mothers had received proper support. However, in Pauline's case, there was no indication of any mental health issues, which is why she is facing serious charges. Everyone involved in the case knew the details and believed that Pauline could have prevented her daughter's death. Not only did she fail to stop her husband, but she also missed the opportunity to seek help. When she called for assistance, she could have received guidance that might have saved Christina. However, Pauline deliberately chose not to pursue this option. It was also revealed that Pauline had worked as a nurse. She had a medical degree and was educated and trained in emergency care. Despite this, she made no attempt to help her daughter. John Zile's trial then began. The prosecutor aimed for the harshest punishment, seeking the death penalty by electric chair. John admitted to beating Christina but denied any responsibility for her death. He claimed it was an accident and that he had no intention of killing her. He had simply misjudged his own strength. His first trial ended in a mistrial due to the jury's inability to reach a unanimous decision. His second trial took place in another city in November 1996, where he was convicted of first-degree murder, concealing evidence, and aggravated child abuse. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus 30 years for child abuse and concealing evidence. John listened to the verdict with an impassive expression. The judge ruled that the case was not serious enough to warrant the death penalty, so he overturned that aspect of the sentence. Lindley Rennick. Ben Rennick was born on August 4, 1987, in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. He was the second and youngest child in his family. His older brother, Sam, considered Ben a precious gift from the moment he was born. From a young age, Ben developed a fascination with snakes. While attending Montgomery County High School, he immersed himself in learning about them and dreamed of starting a snake breeding business. Although this hobby was uncommon, he found it incredibly interesting. As a child, Ben met Lindley, a girl 4 years his senior. She was beautiful, with long, light hair and delicate features, but Ben was too young to pursue a relationship, so nothing happened between them. After graduating high school, Ben continued to focus on his passion for snakes, expanding his knowledge and gaining respect from other experts in the field. 2 years later, Ben's mother passed away from a serious illness. While this was a painful experience, he decided to move forward, possibly to ease the shock. He focused all his efforts on turning his hobby into a source of income, and eventually, his hard work paid off. By 2010, Ben Rennick had become a successful breeder and established a national business called Rennick Reptiles, which specialized in the selective breeding of designer pythons. The business quickly thrived, and soon, reptiles were being sold to customers worldwide, from the UK to Japan. Although Sam and Ben had separate homes, they continued to live on the family farm with their father, honoring their mother's wish not to abandon it after her passing. The 28-acre property provided ample space, allowing the brothers to maintain a close relationship. They often spent weekends fishing together and enjoyed a strong brotherhood. As the business grew, the facility became home to over 3,000 reptiles, some valued at $1,000 each. Ben enjoyed success and often traveled to conventions across the United States, earning a reputation as a prominent figure in the reptile community, even being referred to as the rock star of snakes. In interviews, he attributed his success to his careful attention to his pets and his commitment to his clients. In 2011, he felt particularly fortunate when he reconnected with Lindley, a girl he had had a crush on during his youth. Before reconnecting with Ben, Lindley had been in several relationships. She was initially involved with a man named Michael Humphrey, who was later imprisoned for banned substance possession. After another unsuccessful relationship, Lindley became a mother to a son. By the time she reached out to Ben again, she was single, and Ben had matured, making their communication smooth and comfortable. Ben confidently pursued Lindley, and their relationship quickly became serious. Ben quickly became overwhelmed by the success he achieved at a young age. He was a respected professional, admired by many. Ben was not only business-minded but also kind and mature for his age, which allowed him to take on a fatherly role for Lindley's son, whom he embraced as his own. Eventually, Lindley, her son, and Ben began living together. Tragedy struck the family in 2012 when Frank, the father of Ben and Sam, was involved in a stock scheme that caused significant financial losses for many people. Then, Ben discovered that his father had taken his own life. This devastating event forced the brothers to inherit the family property and confront their loss once again, now complicated by the shame surrounding the incident. Ben found comfort in his personal professional project and in a long-awaited moment with Lindley. In 2014, she accepted his marriage proposal, and that year, they celebrated a wedding. Soon after, they welcomed a daughter named Emma. In his free time, Ben enjoyed playing the drums and watching horror films, but his main focus was on his family. He valued the time spent with his wife and children. To keep the romance alive, he organized weekly date nights with Lindley, just as they had done when they were engaged. This was also his way of showing appreciation for Lindley's hard work, as she dedicated herself to helping him manage their snakes, which involved cleaning and sorting. In 2016, they launched a second business, this time in the personal hygiene sector. They opened a spa in a shopping center in Columbia, Missouri, something Lindley had always dreamed of, given her background as an experienced massage therapist. She invited her longtime friend, Ashley Shaw, to join the salon. Their success continued into 2017, when Ben made $1 million deal selling some of his pythons and anacondas. The agreement included quarterly payments of $200,000, starting with the first payment in February. However, Lindley's business was facing serious financial problems. In early 2017, she had credit debt, and two companies sued her for over $88,000 in unpaid bills for work done in previous years. Additionally, Lindley was hiding more than just her financial troubles. She created a profile on a dating app and began an affair with a man named Brandon Blackwell, meeting him a few times each month. For reasons that could include her financial struggles, ambition, or feelings of betrayal, Lindley started to contemplate how to rid herself of her husband, Ben, although she never openly expressed this desire. Lindley confided in Ashley, who worked at the spa, claiming that she was a victim of violence and abuse from Ben. Taking advantage of this situation, she persuaded her friend to help her escape. Ashley agreed and provided Lindley with banned substance. On one night in 2017, Lindley secretly drugged Ben by spiking his protein shake with a nearly lethal dose of illegal substances. Miraculously, Ben survived the ordeal, although he became very ill and took a long time to recover. Throughout this process, he never suspected that his wife was involved. The bank that Lindley was in debt to informed Ben of the situation. Aware of the crisis at the spa and his wife's deception, Ben spoke up and shared his feelings with her. This led to a tense atmosphere between them that lasted for several weeks. In mid-May 2017, Lindley decided to contact her ex-boyfriend Michael, who had just been released from prison. She and Ashley visited him at his home. During their conversation, which seemed casual as they reminisced about their past relationship, Lindley claimed to be a victim of an abusive husband. She even confessed to Michael about her failed attempt to use a protein drink to escape her situation. Lindley expressed that she felt trapped and was determined to file for divorce, but she was also afraid of how Ben would react, fearing that his response could threaten her life and the lives of her children. While continuing her affair with Brandon, Lindley made the mistake of sharing every detail of her plans to remove Ben from her life. On June 8, 2017, Lindley and her ex-boyfriend Michael went to the farm, equipped with gloves, a gun, and a plan. Lindley intended to introduce Michael as an old friend interested in Ben's business. However, when Michael saw Ben busy cleaning the breeding facilities, he felt uneasy. He asked Lindley to go back to the car, where he handed her the gun and suggested that she take charge of the plan. Without hesitation or fear, Lindley returned to the scene and, seeing that Ben was focused on his work, she attacked him multiple times. Michael picked up most of the shell casings he found, but he missed a few that were left behind. Afterward, he and Lindley went to the spa, where Lindley removed her clothes. Ashley was there, and Lindley asked her to help wash her body and arms thoroughly. During this time, Lindley explained to Ashley what had happened. Later, Lindley returned to the snake nursery and pretended to be surprised and upset. She called Sam to inform him about Ben's situation. Sam rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, thought Ben had been bitten by an anaconda because his skull looked crushed and there were 2 puncture wounds on his arm that resembled bite marks. Sam immediately called emergency services. Montgomery County Coroner Dave Colbert had described the scene as one of the strangest and most dangerous he had encountered in his 20-year career. Investigators searched the nursery, which housed 10-foot pythons and anacondas weighing over 90 kilograms. They were unsure where the anaconda might be hiding. As they carefully examined the area, Colbert made a shocking discovery. Ben's body, lying face down, concealed the actual cause of death. It wasn't an anaconda bite that killed him. He had been attacked with a weapon 8 times at close range. Investigators initially considered the possibility of a botched robbery but dismissed it since none of the snakes were missing. The evidence at the crime scene suggested that Ben was familiar with his killer. The agents decided to closely monitor those who were closest to Ben, ensuring that no potential suspects were overlooked. The day after the murder, detectives questioned Sam and then Lindley. A surprising moment occurred when Lindley tried to blame Sam for the crime, but this theory was never pursued. Sam, who had no gunpowder residue on his hands and fully cooperated with the investigation, was released. While the detectives continued their work, the community of reptile breeders came together to support Ben's wife and children by organizing an online auction for snakes. However, just 11 days after Ben's murder, Lindley, who everyone thought was grieving, made a shocking confession during another interrogation of her. She revealed that at the time of the murder, she had an alibi. She was with Brandon, her affair partner. Detectives investigated the alibis of Lindley and Brandon, confirming they were not involved. Next, they questioned Ashley. At the same time, they examined Lindley and Ben's Facebook accounts, discovered that the spa was facing financial difficulties, which had made Ben very angry. For months after the incident, Lindley returned to the police station and agreed to take a polygraph test. However, the test was unsuccessful when she was asked about her relationship with her ex-boyfriend Michael and the messages they had exchanged in the hours surrounding Ben's death. Lindley stated that Michael had visited the snake farm as a client. Lindley faced a lot of circumstantial evidence that seemed to implicate her, and investigators made this clear to her. However, her gunshot residue test came back negative. Without any witnesses, a murder weapon, or direct evidence tying her to the crime, the officers had no option but to let her go free from the interrogation room. A few weeks later, claiming financial difficulties, Lindley closed the spa and quickly left town. Before leaving, she put the family property up for sale. In February 2018, she applied for 2 types of property payments from the family allowance, totaling $15,000, along with monthly family benefits. That summer, she sold Ben's property to a married couple for over $740,000, unaware that the police were suspicious of her. Sam remained oblivious to her connection to his brother's murder. Months passed with no arrests made. Snake enthusiasts confused and reached out to each other for any information about the case. Sam and others in Ben's close circle wanted to support Lindley as much as they could. However, as time passed, they noticed something was wrong when she refused to talk to them, wouldn't let Sam see the children, and prevented him from taking Ben's belongings. A year and a half after Ben's murder, Lindley and Brandon had a child together, but Lindley soon claimed that Brandon had become aggressive, leading her to break up with him. She also secured a restraining order against him and accused him of violence. Brandon denied these claims but ended up in jail because of them. Meanwhile, speculation grew about the murder, with many people suspecting that Lindley might have been involved or even orchestrated it through someone else. This question lingered for nearly 3 years without any answers, leaving authorities with little progress in the investigation. In January 2020, the case took an unexpected, welcome turn. Brandon, who was in jail, decided to make a deal. He contacted the police to share what he knew about Ben's unsolved murder case, claiming he was closely involved. This prompted a renewed investigation. On January 16, 2020, the police arrested Lindley and Michael for murder, shocking their close friends. Sam felt relieved to finally learn the truth. However, investigators needed more evidence. They sought a witness who could provide crucial details. The detectives then arrested Ashley and explained her potential legal consequences. She could either align with Lindley and face severe charges as an accomplice or cooperate with the investigation, which could lead to Lindley being charged with first-degree murder. The authorities promised Ashley leniency if she agreed to cooperate. She ultimately revealed everything, from the harmful ingredients in the lethal cocktail to the details of the murder. Nonetheless, the murder weapon was still missing. By the end of 2021, Sam was preparing for the trials against the alleged murderers of his brother. He was mainly focused on staying composed throughout the process. Lindley's defense team was working hard to prevent Brandon's testimony from being included in the trial. The prosecution argued that Lindley had fired the gun and that Michael Humphrey was also part of the plan. The defense countered by claiming that Lindley had tricked Michael into coming to a snake farm by telling him she needed protection for a divorce discussion with Ben. They stated that Michael was caught off guard when Lindley suddenly pulled out a weapon and attacked Ben. Ultimately, the jury did not see Michael as an innocent witness and found him guilty of first-degree murder after several hours of deliberation. Facing a life sentence, Michael changed his account, claiming he had supplied the gun used by Lindley. He agreed to cooperate with the investigation in hopes of being released on parole. He guided the investigators to the murder weapon, which had been hidden in the attic of Lindley's mother's house. With the weapon recovered, the jury now had to address the lingering question: who actually pulled the trigger? The prosecution painted Lindley as a woman as cold-blooded as one of Ben's snakes, portraying her as a killer who attacked Ben and then continued her day as if nothing had happened. As the trial neared its conclusion, the defense made a bold move by allowing Lindley to recount the troubled and violent marriage she claimed she was escaping. However, she had no evidence to support her story, and there were no police reports documenting any physical abuse. Nearly 5 years had passed since Ben's murder, and a weary Sam awaited the jury's decision regarding Lindley. After 12 hours of deliberation, the judge delivered the verdict. Lindley Rennick was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Sam's disappointment with the sentence seemed to resonate with the judge, but Missouri state laws prevented any increase in the sentence. Lindley would become eligible for parole in 2035, and the charges against Brandon were dismissed. Ben's close friends still remember him as if he were alive. A new species of snake, called the Rennick ghost, was named in his honor. This snake is distinct for having fewer black spots, which gives it a ghostly appearance, a strong symbol of how much he meant to the community. They continue to miss him deeply, and at every event his friends attend, there is always an empty spot that can never be filled. The case of Lauren Hugelmayer. Lauren Hugelmayer was born on June 9, 1988, in Los Angeles County, California. She was one of 3 daughters of Dale and Lori. Lauren grew up in a close-knit religious family that regularly attended their local church and was well loved in the community. She developed a reputation for being exceptionally kind, caring, known for her bright smile and vibrant personality. Lauren had a close bond with her older sister Beth, but she was even closer to her father, with whom she shared a trusting relationship. While in high school, Lauren met a classmate named Matthew Phelps, who would later play an important role in her life. At that time, it was unclear whether they were just acquaintances or had a closer relationship. After Lauren's family moved to North Carolina, Matthew transferred to another school, which interrupted their connection. After graduating from high school, Lauren chose to attend Appalachian State University, where she earned a degree in business administration and management in 2011. In 2014, Lauren received a direct message on Instagram from Matthew. While Lauren had a stable life, Matthew lived in Kent and faced significant challenges. His father was completely absent, and his mother had remarried several times. Matthew struggled to connect with any of his stepfathers. This lack of parental attention contributed to behavioral problems in his life. During high school, Matthew fell in with a bad crowd, began abusing alcohol and banned substance, particularly cough syrup, which is often misused for its psychoactive effects. His substance abuse became increasingly obvious, and his grades suffered as a result. In response, his grandparents decided to transfer him from public high school to a private Christian academy, hoping this change would help him turn his life around. Eventually, this decision paid off. Matthew improved his academic performance and distanced himself from negative influences. After graduating, he chose to enroll in a Baptist university with the goal of becoming a pastor, although he later abandoned this ambition. Let's return to his online reunion with Lauren. Matthew and Lauren started talking to learn more about each other. They quickly discovered they had many shared interests, including being big fans of Star Wars and Harry Potter. They also connected through their strong Christian faith and then their desire to build a family together. As their conversations continued, they transitioned from chatting online to nearly daily phone calls. A few months later, they decided to enter a long-distance relationship. Their bond grew stronger, and Matthew made an effort to visit Lauren whenever possible. Eventually, he chose to move to North Carolina to be closer to her to deepen their relationship. Lauren was thrilled by this decision because she had always dreamed of finding someone with whom she could create a strong family. Most of Lauren's family welcomed Matthew, particularly her mother, who treated him like another son and tried to introduce him to the family. However, things were not as easy with Lauren's father, Dale. He seemed reluctant to accept Matthew as part of the family and often avoided him, though the reasons for this were unclear. It might have just been a feeling. Despite this, Lauren's family made efforts to help Matthew feel more comfortable, and they eventually invited him to a family dinner. That night, while playing games and talking, Matthew surprised everyone by confessing that he was married before he got into a relationship with Lauren, but his marriage had ended. He did not provide any reasons for his divorce, which raised concerns for Dale. Dale felt that Matthew's refusal to explain might indicate that he had done something wrong, making Dale worry about his daughter's future. However, Lauren and the rest of the family seemed unconcerned about this issue. It was puzzling because despite their strong traditional values, none of them questioned Matthew's honesty or character. Lauren and Matthew continued their relationship. In 2015, they decided to get engaged. On November 11, 2016, they finally got married and hosted a big celebration. The wedding was a success, and since they were both fans of Star Wars, they chose this theme for the celebration. However, there was one unpleasant incident. Matthew's mother wore white to the wedding, despite being told that it was inappropriate. This suggested that she did not approve of Lauren. Additionally, Lauren's family found Matthew's mother rude and unpleasant. Dale expressed his discontent with the wedding due to lingering doubts about his son-in-law. He tried to suppress these feelings to avoid ruining his daughter's special day. After the wedding, Lauren and Matthew appeared very happy, with Lauren frequently posting pictures of herself and Matthew on social media, suggesting they had a perfect relationship. However, behind the scenes, their situation was more complicated. Matthew's coldness and contradictions began to show, revealing his true character. Their different childhood experiences turned them into different individuals. They both had what could be said to be different views on life, so problems began to arise. Additionally, Matthew's mother's rude behavior toward Lauren worsened the situation. For reasons unknown, she excluded Lauren from the family and often made her feel unwelcome. At that time, Lauren was independent and responsible, she even juggling 3 jobs because of her love for children. She volunteered at a children's Sunday school, worked as an auditor for a pharmaceutical company, and sold scented candles, which she enjoyed. Lauren also formed strong friendships with her colleagues, who appreciated her kindness and empathy. Lauren's dreams and plans were tragically shattered in the early hours of September 1, 2017. At midnight, emergency services received a distressing call from a man who sounded confused and embarrassed. He reported, "I turned on the light and saw her lying dead on the floor, and I have blood on me. There's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it. I can't believe it. I'm right next to her." This man was Lauren's husband, Matthew. Matthew claimed he couldn't remember anything. He explained that before going to bed, he had taken a lot of cough syrup, which he believed caused him to commit this terrible act. When the police arrived, they found that Lauren was still alive. They rushed her to the hospital. However, despite their efforts, she sadly succumbed to her injuries and blood loss before reaching the hospital. When investigators examined the scene, they noticed it appeared too orderly, almost as if it had been staged. The knife was neatly placed on the bed, and the syrup was prominently displayed on the table, matching the details provided in the emergency call. However, they were surprised to find very little blood on Matthew, only a few drops on his shirt and shoes. This led them to suspect that an attempt had been made to clean up the scene before the emergency was reported, indicating that something more complicated was happening. Police believe it was not an accident. Additionally, the police noted Matthew's unusual behavior. He appeared calm despite expressing sadness over his wife's death. This made Matthew the prime suspect in the case, and he was eventually arrested. Authorities confiscated mobile phones, computers, documents, and journals containing Matthew's notes for investigation. A blood sample was also taken for toxicology tests. Investigators faced the difficult task of informing Lauren's family about these developments, leaving them devastated. An autopsy revealed that Lauren had suffered 123 stab and cut wounds. This raised the question, could an over-the-counter cough syrup turn a loving husband into a murderer? The syrup contains two active ingredients. Some believe that taking it in high doses can lead to euphoria, agitation, psychosis, and destructive behavior. To address these concerns, the product's manufacturer issued a statement expressing condolences to Lauren's family while also confirming that there was no evidence linking the syrup to violent behavior. Additionally, toxicology tests on Matthew showed that, although the syrup was detected in his blood, the dosage was not high enough to impact his mental state. Therefore, his claim that he was intoxicated by syrup when he attacked his wife was dismissed. The investigators aimed to understand what led Matthew to commit this act, so they conducted a detailed investigation, gathering information from family and friends. They discovered that Lauren and Matthew's relationship was not as ideal as it appeared in photos. Shortly after their wedding, they began experiencing various issues. Lauren was very independent and hardworking. In contrast, Matthew had a different attitude toward work. He was not motivated to work and often struggled to find or keep a job. Whenever he started a new job, he would quickly quit without explanation. Additionally, Matthew had a problem with overspending, particularly on unnecessary items like game consoles, video games, and online gaming subscriptions. Lauren and Matthew had a savings account for a trip to Disney. However, Matthew spent all the money without Lauren's consent or knowledge, even taking money from her purse, which amounted to stealing. This behavior caused frequent arguments between them. His excessive spending led to financial problems, which the Hugelmayer family recognized. Their relationship became increasingly strained, so Lauren expressed to family and friends that she might leave if things didn't improve. When asked why she hadn't taken that step, she cited her religious belief that everyone can be redeemed if they have faith. This belief motivated her to give her marriage a chance, but in reality, she found it difficult to tolerate her husband's behavior. Friends of Lauren reported that Matthew was controlling and jealous. He wrongly accused Lauren of having an affair with a church friend, despite there being no evidence to back this claim. Matthew had an irrational fear that Lauren would leave him, which stemmed from his previous marriage. He revealed to her that he divorced his first wife because she had been unfaithful, cheating on him with a church staff member. This experience left him in constant fear of abandonment. However, Matthew's behavior was inconsistent. He became very close to a neighbor and spent a lot of time with her. Even though he denied any romantic involvement, Lauren was convinced he was cheating on her with this neighbor. Despite her accusations, Matthew continued to see the woman. During police questioning, the neighbor claimed that their relationship was purely platonic. She explained that they connected because both were dealing with depression and anxiety. However, she noticed that Matthew had begun to discuss painful subjects, mostly related to death, prompting her to limit their interactions. At one point, Matthew claimed he had decided to return to college to pursue his dream of becoming a pastor, in an effort to win back Lauren's trust and save their relationship. Lauren reacted positively to this news. However, as time went on, their situation did not improve. Lauren's relatives observed that she had been in a very bad state and was no longer as happy as she used to be. They felt guilty for not intervening sooner. Lauren's older sister, Beth, made a significant statement. She recounted a phone call with Lauren the night before, during which Lauren was cooking dinner. During that call, the neighbor knocked on the door looking for Matthew. Without hesitation, Matthew left with the neighbor, leaving Lauren's dinner untouched. Beth expressed her frustration, saying she could no longer accept the situation and was convinced Matthew was cheating on Lauren, leading Lauren to decide to leave him. As the police gathered more evidence, the motive behind Lauren's death became clearer. The authorities conducted a detailed investigation of the apartment and confirmed their initial suspicions. Matthew had cleaned up before calling emergency services. Detectives also found what appeared to be an intimate diary of Matthew. This diary contained notes about his arguments with Lauren, his struggles with low self-esteem, and his feelings of insecurity in their marriage, especially since he knew her family had never accepted him. When experts examined Matthew's mobile phone, they discovered troubling search queries in his history. These included questions about the dangers of cough syrup and its effects on consciousness. This strongly suggested two things. First, that the attack was premeditated, and second, that Matthew was trying to mislead the authorities into thinking he was unaware of killing his wife while under the influence of the syrup. An important detail uncovered through Matthew's mobile phone revealed that just hours before he killed his wife, they had a heated argument through text messages and calls. Matthew claimed that Lauren accused him of cheating and expressed her desire to end their marriage, sufficient reason for a troubled mind to decide to kill his wife. Additionally, police discovered a secret Instagram account belonging to Matthew under. The profile picture featured a character from the movie American Psycho, which is about a serial killer. His posts were filled with screenshots from the movie, and he even shared photos of himself dressed as one of its characters. Moreover, his posts contained themes that were completely contrary to Christian values, despite his self-identification as a believer. The last post was made just days before Lauren's murder and included disturbing photos of himself with a caption that read, "Everyone thinks I'm a serial killer," along with the hashtag "I found an angel that needs to be killed." Matthew's friend shared that he once expressed a fascination with killing, suggesting that taking a life would be a true joy. This troubling revelation paints a stark picture of Matthew, especially in light of statements made by his first wife concerning their separation. She revealed that their relationship, initially filled with common interests, deteriorated after marriage. Matthew began to overspend and failed to contribute financially. More alarmingly, he became abusive, often pulling her out of bed, throwing her to the floor, and assaulting her during his rages. This behavior left she terrified, leading her to seek a divorce. Her experience closely mirrors that of Lauren. During the trial, the defense argued that Matthew was not in his right mind during the crime and was likely suffering from instability and depression, worsened by substance use. They presented letters from Matthew's friends and colleagues to the court, claiming that his actions were out of character and that he was not a violent person. The trial occurred in October 2018. Although Matthew initially pleaded not guilty, he later accepted a plea agreement. On October 5th, the judge found him guilty of first-degree involuntary manslaughter and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lauren's family is still deeply affected by her absence and feels guilty for not stopping her relationship. To honor her memory, they created a foundation focused on raising awareness about abusive relationships and domestic violence. Matthew Phelps was a manipulative person who only cared about his own needs, disguising himself as someone harmless. Sadly, Lauren's compassion blinded her to his true nature, and it may have only been in her final moments that she understood his true character. Unfortunately, there are many individuals like him who can deceive others with ease. The case of Alexandra Kogut. Alexandra Kogut, 18, was a freshman at the State University of New York at Brockport. She was outgoing and fun-loving. Alexandra had been in a relationship with her boyfriend, Clayton Whitmore, for about 2 years. The couple had met in high school in New Hartford, New York, where they began dating. Despite attending different schools after graduation, they had maintained a close relationship. Although their schools were 3 hours apart, they kept in touch through phone calls, social media messages, and frequent visits. Clayton was a great guy who played hockey at Utica College in New York while studying to become an accountant. He was a skilled athlete and a promising hockey player, and many believed he had a bright future ahead of him. Alexandra's family and friends liked Clayton and considered him a promising young man. They hoped that their relationship would develop into something serious over time. In high school, Alexandra had participated in track and field as well as swimming. She also represented her university in competitions. On Friday, September 28, 2012, Alexandra was excited because her boyfriend, Clayton, was coming to visit her for the weekend. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Alexandra missed him. Around 3 p.m., she asked her friend and neighbor if she could borrow some clothes. The two often shared outfits, and her friend agreed. Together, they picked out a nice dress. After trying on dresses, Alexandra went to a swim team meeting. She was running late, so Clayton, who had arrived earlier, had to wait for her. Alexandra called him to let him know she would be late. When Alexandra returned from the swim team meeting, she met Clayton, and together they went to visit a friend of his for dinner. They didn't return to campus until after midnight. Alexandra had assured her mother that she would call or text when she got back to avoid causing concern, but she didn't. This was unusual because Alexandra was always reliable in such matters. Her mother became increasingly worried, sensing that something was wrong. At 2:42 a.m., her mother decided to contact university security and requested a welfare check on her daughter. University security responded quickly and went to Alexandra's dormitory to check. They knocked on the door, which was unlocked, and entered the room. Inside, they found a horrific scene. The dormitory room, which Alexandra and her roommate shared, was covered in blood. In the middle of the room lay a young girl, face down and dead. The victim had multiple injuries, and it was immediately clear that this was not an accident but a brutal murder. Alarmed, they quickly called the police to report the incident. When the police arrived, they found a photo of Alexandra and Clayton together, and they recognized Clayton. That night, the police saw him walking down the street with a girl. He was holding an open can of beer, which attracted the attention of a patrol officer. Clayton was ticketed for the open can of beer but remained calm and cooperative. He then threw the can away and crossed the street, disappearing from sight. As the investigation progressed, it was revealed that Alexandra and her boyfriend, Clayton, had gone to her dorm room together. It was later discovered that Clayton had planned to flee to Canada after the incident. Police began interviewing dorm residents to identify witnesses and gather more evidence. However, most students were not in their rooms at the time. Many had gone home for the weekend, while others were partying or visiting friends. Some residents reported hearing screams and sounds of fighting in the distance but paid little attention, as such noises were common. At around 3 a.m., Clayton's father called 911 and informed the police that his son had confessed to the murder. He explained that Clayton had called him, sounding very agitated, and admitted to doing something terrible. However, Clayton's father had no further details to provide and suggested that the police contact Clayton directly. He also mentioned that he did not know his son's exact location. Police attempted to contact Clayton and trace his phone, but were unsuccessful. When they called Clayton's father back, he mentioned that Clayton's girlfriend was in Brockport and that Clayton might still be with her. At this point, police determined that Clayton was still near the crime scene. A patrol car was dispatched to the scene approximately 45 minutes after Clayton's father's initial call. Shortly thereafter, Clayton himself called 911, stating that he wanted to surrender because he had committed a terrible crime. Police located and arrested Clayton Whitmore at approximately 4 a.m. at a rest stop on the New York State Thruway. At this point, police confirmed that the murdered woman was Alexandra Kogut. They discovered that she had used her key card to enter the dormitory building just before she was killed. At the police station, Clayton was questioned to determine what had happened that night and why Alexandra had been killed. Clayton insisted that his relationship with Alexandra had been normal and respectful. However, he said things had taken a turn for the worse on the evening of the incident. According to him, Alexandra had yelled at him in public for no apparent reason. Although she was sweet and cheerful with others, he felt that she had disrespected him. Clayton believed that her behavior was unreasonable and unacceptable. Clayton admitted that he had been holding back resentment toward Alexandra but finally lost control after being fined while walking down the street. He returned to her room feeling tense. Alexandra told him that she wanted to have a serious talk. She revealed that she suspected Clayton of cheating because, some time ago, a photo of an unfamiliar girl had appeared on his phone. When he failed to provide a clear explanation, Alexandra began provoking him by shouting and acting disrespectfully and aggressively. She then began to push him. Finally, Clayton could not take the pressure anymore. In a fit of rage, he attacked Alexandra, throwing her against the wall. He then began hitting her and was unable to stop. He only realized the severity of his actions when he saw Alexandra lying unconscious on the floor, showing no signs of life. Clayton admitted that, during the attack, he had not thought to stop or try to help her. He told police he had been angry and claimed that it was not intentional and that he had no plan or desire to harm her. Clayton initially fled the scene of the crime. After realizing the severity of his actions, he called his father and confessed. His father urged him to surrender to the police, which he eventually did. Although he expressed remorse, Clayton avoided confirming whether a weapon had been used in the murder. He later revealed more details, stating that after punching Alexandra several times, he noticed her breathing had become labored, and she was making wheezing sounds. In response, he took a curling iron and struck her on the head until the noises stopped. Clayton claimed he was fully conscious at the time. Alexandra's autopsy supported his claim, confirming blunt force trauma to the head as the cause of death. Police found blood on the curling iron, along with other evidence indicating that Alexandra's head injury had also been caused by hitting the wall. Clayton was charged with murder and held without bail pending trial. However, he later recanted his confession and denied his guilt. The investigation continued for a long time as police interviewed people who had been involved with Clayton. It was highly likely that he had intentionally harmed Alexandra. Their suspicions were reinforced by the testimony of Clayton's ex-girlfriend, who revealed that she had been subjected to constant violence from him. She decided to end their relationship after he tried to strangle her during an argument. At one point, it seemed as though he might actually kill her, but he ultimately held back. Out of fear, she fled to another city to escape him. Several of Clayton's friends also confirmed his aggressive and erratic behavior. They described him as short-tempered and hostile. One friend recalled an incident at a bar where Clayton wielded a knife and threatened a group of strangers. By the spring of 2014, the case went to trial. The prosecution presented a recording of Clayton confessing to the murder, along with various pieces of physical evidence collected by forensic experts. His fingerprints and DNA were found at the crime scene. The defense acknowledged that Clayton had committed the murder but argued that it was unintentional. Their goal was to secure a reduced sentence. Clayton's attorneys made it clear to the jury and the court that Clayton had been extremely distressed that evening due to being insulted by Alexandra, being fined by the police, and being pressured by Alexandra during a conversation about his betrayal. They argued that these factors had caused Clayton to become emotionally unstable. They claimed that he had lost control and directed his anger at Alexandra. The lawyers stressed that Alexandra had provoked Clayton and that the murder should be considered to have occurred in a state of emotional distress. Clayton blamed his aggressive and emotionally unstable behavior on his father. He explained that his aggression stemmed from years of abuse at the hands of his father, who had treated him and other family members cruelly. According to Clayton, he had suffered years of pressure, moral degradation, and physical abuse from his father. Clayton recounted incidents such as his father beating his brother with a baseball bat, breaking his sister's nose, and kicking his mother. Once, when his father found the children's fingerprints in the car, he tried to force the children to eat the TV remote. Clayton expressed remorse for not being able to resist his father's abusive influence, admitting that he had become a mirror image of his father, whom he despised. Clayton admitted that this led him to humiliate and abuse his girlfriend, act aggressively, and harbor hatred for the world. He apologized to Alexandra's family, expressing genuine remorse for his inability to change his behavior. The prosecution pointed out that there were almost no photographs of Clayton smiling. He appeared cold and distant in all of them. Was this behavior part of his nature? While prosecutors did not dispute Clayton's allegations of abuse by his father, they argued that this did not excuse his actions. The trial lasted about 3 weeks, during which dozens of witnesses testified. The jury deliberated and eventually returned a verdict, finding Clayton Whitmore guilty. He was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Clayton showed no emotion throughout the trial, but after the verdict was announced, he broke down and cried. Notably, Alexandra's family was shocked to learn about the alleged abuse she endured during the relationship. They were unaware of any problems between Alexandra and Clayton, as she had never mentioned any cruelty or aggression toward her. However, when police examined Alexandra's phone, they uncovered at least 30 threatening voice messages from Clayton. It is believed there may have been more, but these recordings were not thoroughly analyzed. Police dismissed this evidence, citing the need for voice analysis, which could have further delayed the case. As a result, none of these threats were presented in court. This evidence could have led to the case being reclassified as first-degree murder, which carries a harsher sentence than manslaughter. About an hour before Alexandra was fatally beaten, she posted a final message on her social media page. It is unclear what was on her mind at the time, but she may have sensed impending danger. Following Alexandra's tragic death, her relatives established a charity to support women who have endured domestic violence, encouraging them to report their experiences and raising public awareness of the issue. Supporters of the charity identify themselves by painting their pinkies purple, a tribute to Alexandra's favorite color. The case of Ashley Dale. On a summer night in 2022, an innocent woman fell victim in Liverpool's Old Swan district, just a few miles from the city center. At 12:41 a.m. on August 21, 2022, police received a call from a neighbor reporting a violent situation taking place next door. When the police arrived, the house was eerily quiet, with the front door clearly broken open, suggesting that a violent incident had occurred. The back door leading to the garden was left ajar. As the police cautiously entered the garden, they discovered the body of a woman. Just a few meters away, her mobile phone appeared to have slipped from her hand in her final moments. They quickly understood the gravity of the situation when they found a number of spent bullet casings scattered around the house. While one officer was investigating the crime scene, other officers arrived, waking several neighbors with the noise. Neighbors reported hearing gunshots coming from the house, while others said they heard screeching tires and car alarms going off hours before the incident. The tragic event left everyone in the area shocked. Neighbors helped the police identify the victim as 28-year-old Ashley Dale. Ashley grew up in a close-knit family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. In 2015, her younger brother was mistakenly murdered by a gang at the age of 16. Ashley was deeply affected by the death of her younger brother, which changed her outlook on life. However, she persevered, using her grief as motivation to study and eventually earn a degree in environmental conservation. This achievement led to a fulfilling career as an environmental conservationist, where she thrived and earned the respect of her colleagues. They admired not only her dedication to her work, but also her genuine compassion for those around her. In her role, Ashley focused on various projects to improve living conditions and public health in the city, establishing herself as a hardworking, intelligent, and goal-oriented person. In her personal life, Ashley Dale cherished time with her family, friends, and dog. Her loved ones described her as intelligent, kind, and caring. Despite her difficult past and the pain of losing a loved one, she moved forward with determination and succeeded in her path. However, things became more complicated when she started dating Lee Harrison, a man with deep ties to the criminal world. His connections to gangs caused serious concerns for Ashley's family, who feared for her safety. Although Ashley believed that Lee was gradually changing, she still trusted him. Lee Harrison, a 28-year-old man from Liverpool, was deeply involved with many gangs and banned substance trafficking. He was particularly close to Neil Berry, a local banned substance dealer. However, their friendship began to decline in 2018 due to issues related to banned substance and trust. That year, Neil was robbed of $50,000 worth of banned substance hidden in his home in an incident orchestrated by a rival gang. Neil suspected that Lee Harrison may have informed his rivals about the incident. Although Lee denied any wrongdoing, their relationship soured, turning them into enemies. In June 2022, Lee Harrison and Ashley Dale bumped into each other at the Glastonbury Festival, rekindling old feelings. However, they also encountered a member of Neil's gang, leading to a violent brawl due to their rivalry. Neil, who was at the festival, threatened to stab Lee the next time they encountered each other. The following day, police arrested Neil and his friends for his threatening behavior. Luckily for Neil, a friend of his took the blame when a knife was found next to Neil's passport, claiming it was his. The friend, James Witham, was later arrested on suspicion of carrying a weapon, but despite the police involvement, tensions remained high following the Glastonbury incident. Ashley's life changed dramatically after that. The encounter with the gang left her feeling paranoid and fearful. Over the following weeks, her concerns about physical threats from Neil Berry grew. Not only had he threatened them during the festival, but he had also warned that he would show up at their home address. This terrifying prospect had a profound effect on Ashley, and she confided in her best friend. She expressed her anxiety in a text message, saying she can't stop thinking that something is wrong. As her anxiety grew, Ashley reached out to several friends for support. In another message, she described how distressing the situation had become and how it was affecting her mental health. Despite her efforts to calm herself, Ashley couldn't shake the feeling that something worse was ahead. Unfortunately, her intuition was correct. On the evening of August 20th, 2022, Ashley posted a photo of herself relaxing on the couch, completely unaware of what would happen after dark. Then, her car alarm suddenly went off. It was her car, but she ignored it. Frustrated, she continued to enjoy the evening and texted a friend about the siren going off again, assuming it was because of the rain. The message seemed normal, but there was a paranoid undertone. That night, she sent another message saying, "She don't know, but it looks like someone is outside." Over time, Ashley's anxiety increased, and her car alarm went off again, reinforcing her belief that someone was outside and that something was seriously wrong. On the morning of August 21st, the doorbell rang, and Ashley sensed that it was bad news. The sound echoed through the quiet house, and suddenly, the door swung open, revealing an armed man standing in the doorway. He acted quickly, opening fire without giving her a chance to react. In a panic, Ashley grabbed her phone and ran out the back door. The attacker then moved throughout the house, shooting into several rooms in an attempt to find her, hoping she was hiding in the backyard. Ashley faced her final moments with extreme fear. She could not escape the violence or her fatal injuries, and the final text messages she sent just before the attack served as a haunting reminder of her awareness of the danger. Tragically, Ashley Dale was murdered, and many suspect that Lee Harrison's connection to gang activity contributed to her death. Police discovered that all of Ashley's tires had been slashed, likely due to the attacker's actions, which had set off her car alarm. Police believe this was a deliberate attempt to lure Ashley and Lee Harrison away from their home. When her family heard her last text message, they were devastated to realize that she had sensed something was seriously wrong. Fortunately, Ashley's text message contained vital information that would help solve her murder. Police now need to piece together the evidence. However, the investigation remains tense and complicated, especially because of her boyfriend, Lee Harrison. He happened to be absent during the shooting and was very unwilling to cooperate with the police, even refusing to testify. When he was brought in for questioning, he chose to remain silent, which hampered the investigation. He changed his mobile phone number and shunned Ashley's entire family, leaving them devastated. Lee's lack of empathy only increased concerns about his possible involvement in her death. Police were surprised to discover that shortly after Ashley's death, he had gone on holiday and left the country. This raised suspicions among the police, who wondered if he had done this to avoid prosecution. While he was on holiday, they focused on the events that took place on the night of August 20th, 2022. Surveillance camera footage showed them entering a store. After making a purchase, they left and got into a gray Hyundai i3. This car later became key evidence, as another surveillance camera recorded it near Ashley's home earlier that day. Surveillance camera footage captured a car approaching Ashley's home, showing the driver surveying the area before the attack that evening. James Witham and Joseph Pierce approached Ashley's Volkswagen parked outside the family home and punctured the tires in order to set off the alarm. They attempted to lure Lee or Ashley out, but neither responded. Frustrated, they decided to retreat and come up with a new plan, which went badly wrong. An hour later, both men returned to Ashley's home, but this time one of them was armed, indicating their violent intentions. They broke into the house by forcing down the front door and saw Ashley running toward the back door. When she reached the garden door, James fired 8 shots from his pistol, hitting her in the back. After watching her fall, he went upstairs and fired 5 more shots into an empty bedroom, possibly as a threat. After a quick survey of the house and finding no one else inside, James quickly ran downstairs. Both James and Joseph then fled the scene. Fortunately, a neighbor's surveillance camera recorded the events that followed the attack. James and Joseph checked into a hotel in St. Helens to avoid detection. However, the police were able to track their movements and quickly located their car, leading to their arrest. Meanwhile, Neil Berry, who played a key role in organizing the attack, was spotted at a local golf club. Intelligence reports also indicated that he had been seen at a golf resort. The police worked together effectively to arrest him, and soon a 4th accomplice, Sean Zeiss, was arrested in connection with Ashley's murder. After the arrest and indictment of James Witham, Neil Berry, Sean Zeiss, and Joseph Pierce, the police gathered evidence, leading to the start of the trial. James Witham, who shot Ashley, initially claimed he did not intend to kill her. He argued that he intended to shoot her as a warning but accidentally hit her, asserting that her death was accidental. However, this defense was difficult to believe in court due to the overwhelming evidence, including previous threats, text messages, extensive surveillance camera footage, and numerous witness statements. When Ashley discovered that two armed men had broken into her home, she screamed in fear and tried to escape through the back door. James, who was armed, had time to aim. He fired 2 shots at Ashley, hitting her in the back as she tried to run away. It was clear that he had shot her intentionally. In November 2023, at Liverpool Crown Court, the judge sentenced James Witham, 41, Neil Berry, 26, Sean Zeiss, 28, and Joseph Peers, 29, for murder, conspiracy to murder, and unlawful possession of a firearm. The 4 were sentenced to a total of 173 years in prison. James was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 43 years, Neil to life with the possibility of parole after 47 years, Joseph to life with the possibility of parole after 41 years, and Sean to life with the possibility of parole after 42 years. The sentencing of Ashley Dales for killers has left her family with mixed emotions. Although they feel that justice has been served, it can never replace the profound loss they have experienced. Ashley Dale's tragic death has left her family in a state of grief. Ashley's mother described the loss as life-changing. Adding to their grief, Ashley's younger brother was killed by the same gang. Her father lamented, "Ashley, the eldest of my 3 children, and my son are now both gone." Despite the loss, the family has become advocates against gang violence, working to unite the community and provide support through memorials for Ashley. Meanwhile, Ashley's boyfriend, Lee Harrison, has faced no consequences and remains at large. Even after his girlfriend was murdered, he continued to sell banned substance for profit. Gun violence in the UK is low, with one of the lowest gun-related homicide rates in the world. Despite a population increase since 2011, the average number of gun homicides in the UK remains at 29 per year. The level of gang violence in the UK has only increased in recent years, possibly due to poverty and lack of education. The situation in the gang world is not improving. The case of Mindy Berenyi. Mindy Berenyi grew up in a small farming town in Antwerp, Ohio, in a middle-class family. Her mother, Shirley, met her future husband, Andy, while she was still in school. At the time, Andy was 18 and had completed his auto mechanic training, while Shirley was 17 and still in high school. Their relationship progressed quickly, and they married just a few months after meeting. Shortly after their marriage, Shirley discovered that she was pregnant by another man she had dated before meeting Andy. She had not been unfaithful to Andy, it was simply the result of a previous relationship. Shirley hesitated for a long time, but eventually, Andy accepted both her and the baby as his family. The couple stayed together for 15 years and had 3 children during their marriage. 2 of the children were Andy's, while the eldest was from Shirley's previous relationship. However, after 15 years of marriage, they decided to divorce. Shirley, feeling she could no longer cope as a single mother, gave up custody of all 3 children. The children went to live with Andy, their father. Mindy always loved her father. However, disturbing changes began to disrupt her life. When Mindy was about 9 years old, her father called her into his bedroom and asked her to give him a massage. Years later, Mindy realized this was the beginning of the abuse. At the time, she did not fully understand what was happening and complied, even though she felt something was wrong. She later recalled that it did not feel like a normal massage. Eventually, Mindy refused to go to her father's bedroom. From that point on, Andy's treatment of her became much harsher. Andy began to manipulate his children emotionally, insulting them and even resorting to physical violence. This caused Mindy's brothers to leave the house. Andy eventually remarried, which seemed to improve the strained family relationships, but nothing truly changed. He continued to exert tight control over Mindy, especially as she grew older. Like any teenager, Mindy wanted to spend time with her friends, but her father would not allow it. His behavior became increasingly controlling and manipulative. When Mindy got a job at a nearby McDonald's, Andy kept a close eye on her. He tracked the mileage on his car when she drove, frequently searched her room, and even recorded and listened to Mindy's phone conversations. When Andy was away from home, he turned off his phone to prevent his daughter from communicating with anyone without his supervision. She wanted to stay in touch with her friends and live like a normal teenager, but this angered her father. He would eavesdrop on Mindy's conversations and immediately disconnect her phone from the network if he heard something he disliked. He demanded complete obedience from her, but Mindy refused to comply. When Mindy turned 16, Andy's behavior became increasingly dangerous. He would grab and strangle her when she resisted his control. He would throw her around and beat her while trying to avoid leaving any evidence. The situation worsened when Andy discovered she was pregnant, although the identity of the father was unknown. Mindy was devastated, unable to imagine raising a child in such a hostile environment. Her father's abusive behavior had become unbearable, and she feared for her life and well-being. That same day, Mindy stormed into Andy's upstairs bedroom and grabbed a shotgun hanging on the wall. She then ran into the bathroom, intending to take her own life. Andy was not home at the time, but by the time Mindy changed her mind and decided to put the shotgun away to avoid her father's detection, it was too late. When Andy walked in and saw his daughter holding the gun, he immediately flew into a rage. Mindy later said she was terrified and thought she was in serious trouble. Andy turned away to close the door, saying he would deal with her right away. Moments later, a gunshot rang out. At approximately 4:16 p.m. on September 27th, Joni, Andy's second wife, called the police. When police arrived at the scene, they found Andy lying on the floor. Mindy claimed that she had acted in self-defense. According to Mindy, she had endured years of abuse, along with constant psychological pressure and total control from her abusive father, Andy, who would punish her for even the smallest mistakes. In an attempt to defend herself, she accidentally shot and killed her father. Lawyers accepted her testimony and planned to fight for her acquittal. However, a significant challenge was that Mindy rarely spoke about her struggles or the abuse she endured. Her father, Andy, had restricted her interactions with others, only allowing her to communicate with others when he was supervised. As a result, she had no opportunity to confide in her friends or anyone else about her situation. Additionally, there were no bruises or injuries on her body. This lack of evidence created serious obstacles to convincing the jury that this was indeed a case of self-defense. Shirley, Mindy's mother, supported her daughter's testimony. Mindy had repeatedly complained about her father's abusive behavior, but Shirley had dismissed each time as isolated incidents. Mindy would then reassure her mother that everything was fine, leading her to believe that her daughter was exaggerating. Now, Mindy claimed that her father had threatened her, and Shirley admitted that Andy had behaved similarly throughout their marriage. While at the police station, Shirley revealed that she had also suffered abusive behavior from her husband, which was the main reason for their divorce. However, she did not expect that Andy would use the same tactics on their daughter. The situation became even more complicated when Mindy faced information isolation. She was unable to socialize comfortably with others and could only occasionally spend a few minutes on the phone without Andy's supervision. Despite everything, Shirley supported her daughter. Andy's second wife, Joni, who had been married to him for 8 years, defended him. She described Andy as a loving husband and devoted father, raising 2 sons and doing his best for his ungrateful daughter, Mindy. She saw him as a decent man who was unfairly labeled a tyrant to justify the murder. According to Joni, Andy spent much of his free time with his children, often taking them to the nearby river to fish and boat. This account was supported by all of Andy's neighbors. Joni described her husband as a hard-working man who devoted his life to his family. Andy's relatives were steadfast in their support of him, insisting that he was never cruel or manipulative. From the beginning, they described Mindy as an insecure and disobedient child whose negative traits worsened as she grew older. They portrayed her as a pathological liar and a rebellious individual who frequently tried to run away from home and even stole her father's car several times. Andy also suspects that she may be using illegal substances. Concerned about her behavior, he believes that strict rules need to be put in place to deal with the situation. Andy's relatives claim that this was not an act of self-defense, but rather a brutal and calculated murder by Mindy. They allege that she killed her father, a man who did everything in his power to keep his daughter out of trouble. Joni reported that Andy had blocked Mindy's phone. This was because Mindy had been calling her friends frequently, often planning to run away. He later discovered that Mindy had been skipping work, which led him to periodically check her car's mileage to ensure she did not lose her job at McDonald's. Andy also began searching her room after suspecting that she was smoking. Based on these actions, Andy's behavior appeared consistent with that of a controlling yet concerned parent. In the months leading up to the murder, Joni kept a diary documenting many of Mindy's disturbing behaviors. Mindy was described as a rule breaker. Joni's diary recorded every attempt Mindy made to run away, which had happened 3 times in the past 2 months. The diary also described how Mindy spent days lying in bed, drinking, and being dishonest. Because of this behavior, her loved ones found it impossible to trust her. According to Joni, Mindy's behavior was so out of control that Joni feared for her own safety. She overheard Mindy say things to her father that made her feel extremely insecure. This behavior continued for years. According to Joni, Andy only lost his temper once. On that occasion, he grabbed Mindy by the neck and pushed her against a wall. However, it was clear that he had no intention of harming her. Joni categorically denied that there was any abuse toward Mindy. She also stated that she never heard Andy insult his daughter, call her worthless, emotionally pressure her, or humiliate her, as Mindy had described. Joni was home when Andy died. She noticed that Mindy was acting strangely throughout the day but did not think much of it. Everything changed when Joni heard a loud bang. She immediately ran downstairs and saw Mindy pointing a gun at her. Joni quickly retrieved the gun, and no one was hurt. At first, she thought Mindy was just trying to get attention. However, when she went into the kitchen, Joni saw Andy lying on the floor near the entrance through the open door. She called out to him, but he did not respond. When she got closer, she realized he was dead. Mindy killed her father, whom she had hated for years, seemingly without any particular reason. Joni claimed that Andy had always tried to support and protect Mindy from the hardships of life. When the police arrived at the scene, they arrested Mindy and took her to the sheriff's office, where she tearfully confessed to the murder. At the police station, Joni stated that the act was intentional. She believed Mindy was manipulative and untrustworthy. The lawyers sought to damage Andy's reputation, as it was the only way to prove Mindy's innocence. From the beginning, Joni believed that Mindy was trying to deceive everyone to avoid responsibility for her terrible crime. However, the lawyers argued that Mindy had suffered years of emotional and physical abuse and only acted in self-defense when she felt her life and the life of her unborn child was in danger. Mindy, who had recently found out she was pregnant, was terrified, believing that her father would kill her if he found out. Mindy's strongest supporter remained her mother, Shirley. The prosecution presented a wealth of evidence, including a poem found in Mindy's notebook, which had been discovered in her nightstand. The poem described the murder and was accompanied by a small drawing of a bleeding heart being stabbed with a knife. According to the prosecution, this suggested that Mindy had carefully planned the crime. The prosecution argued that when Mindy took the weapon from her father's room, she did not intend to kill herself. Instead, they claimed that she had taken the weapon and ambushed her father. Forensic scientists determined that Andy had been shot in the back with a shotgun, refuting the claim that he had attacked first. He could not have attacked with his back turned. A neighbor testified on behalf of the prosecution, stating that he was about 40 yards from the house when Andy opened the door. The neighbor said everything was quiet, and he did not hear Andy swearing or making threats, contrary to Mindy's claim. According to the neighbor, Andy simply walked into the house, and 10 seconds later, gunshots rang out. The defense attorneys argued that Mindy had been overwhelmed and scared for her life, and that she had acted in self-defense as she prepared to become a mother at a young age. The defense presented a key witness, Mindy's mother, Shirley, who described Andy as a cruel and abusive manipulator who had mistreated her and her older sons. Shirley explained that Andy would force the family to sit at the kitchen table for hours, humiliating and insulting them while clearly enjoying their discomfort. She noted that throughout their marriage, Mindy had been spared from these attacks only because she was so young at the time. However, after Shirley left, Andy's anger turned toward his daughter. Things changed when Mindy turned 15 and called Shirley for the first time, saying she could no longer tolerate Andy's bullying behavior. During this time, Mindy's mental state became extremely concerning. She was admitted to a clinic where she was diagnosed with depression and had attempted suicide. She stayed there for 9 days, was given medication, and was discharged after her condition was deemed stable. However, her father's pressure and abuse continued. According to Mindy, this caused her to develop paranoia. She felt trapped, like a prisoner in her own home, unable to escape her overbearing father. To cope with her fear and pain, she began drinking and smoking marijuana. This behavior eventually attracted the attention of social services. However, it was Andy who contacted them, hoping to address what he described as Mindy's disturbing behavior. Andy was surprised when Laura Alvarado, a child abuse investigator, sided with Mindy after speaking with her. Laura believed that Mindy was not being defiant or out of control. Instead, it appeared that the teenager was feeling anxious and threatened at home. Mindy had pleaded for help, even expressing a desire to move into a foster home to escape her father. She also revealed that her mother had refused to take her in, unwilling to intervene because of the custody agreement. To Laura, this seemed less like the behavior of a rebellious teenager and more like a child who felt trapped and hopeless. Laura had several conversations with Mindy, but during their last meeting, something seemed different and more troubling. Mindy appeared closed off and unwilling to open up. Laura suspected that Andy had threatened her, but further investigation revealed no solid evidence. The most anticipated part of the hearing was Mindy's testimony in her own defense. This was a high-risk strategy, as it could either persuade the jury to sympathize with her or push them in the opposite direction. The outcome depended entirely on whether the jury believed her. Initially, Mindy's attorney decided to take the gamble, arguing that only Mindy could prove who was telling the truth and who was lying. However, the odds were clearly against her. Ultimately, the defense counsel advised taking a safer route. Mindy agreed to a plea bargain, which resulted in a reduced sentence of 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Soon after, the situation changed. At age 20, Mindy had already served 4 years in prison and was now focused on seeking justice and regaining her freedom. During this time, the legal system had recognized mental distress as a valid defense, even in murder cases. This change provided a new perspective for Mindy's attorney. An appeal was filed and eventually accepted. However, the appeal came with significant risks. If the jury rejected Mindy's testimony, she could face life in prison, with a minimum of 33 years before she could apply for early release. Despite the high stakes, Mindy was determined to fight to clear her name. Both the prosecution and defense returned to present their cases, as they had during the first trial. Andy's wife, Joni, continued to grieve the loss of her husband and remained determined to prove that Mindy was responsible. At trial, Mindy recounted her traumatic experiences of enduring years of physical abuse at the hands of Andy. She described how he threatened her daily, constantly demeaning and humiliating her for seemingly trivial reasons. Desperate to avoid her father, she tried to limit contact, but living in the same house made that nearly impossible. Even brief encounters often escalated into conflicts and confrontations. The prosecutor's office repeated the arguments they had made during the first hearing. Mindy explained that she had chosen the bathroom to end her life, but she hesitated and was unable to go through with it. She discovered she was pregnant and felt a sense of responsibility for her unborn child. For an hour, she struggled with whether to live or die until she heard her father return home. At that moment, she realized she had lost the chance to return the gun to his room without being discovered. Mindy knew her father would be furious if he found out about her plan. Overcome with fear and emotional distress, she decided to protect herself and her child at all costs. Mindy also explained why she shot her father in the back. She said she had told him to check his answering machine, hoping to distract him while she quietly returned the gun to his room. But as she walked into the kitchen, she saw him begin to turn around and noticed the shotgun. Panicked and believing he was about to lunge at her, she pulled the trigger. The jury heard conflicting accounts. Andy's wife, Joni, and a nearby neighbor claimed there were no signs of a struggle or any screams for help, further suggesting that the killing was premeditated rather than an act of self-defense. At the hearing, an anonymous source revealed that a juror was biased. The juror had traveled from another state, motivated by Mindy's story. As a result, a new hearing was scheduled with a different jury. This time, the defense presented a new witness, Mindy's treating physician, during her first hospitalization for depression and end-life thoughts. The physician confirmed that Mindy was severely depressed and exhibited clear signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. She would flinch at the sound of any noise or footsteps. The psychiatrist supported Mindy's testimony that she had been humiliated and tortured by her father. Under the circumstances, her actions in self-defense seemed understandable, especially as she feared for her life and the safety of her child. Both sides presented strong arguments. However, the prosecutor's office held back a critical move. They introduced their own psychiatrist, who strongly disagreed with the conclusions of Mindy's treating doctor. Mindy faced a significant setback when her brother disputed claims of domestic violence in the home, allegations often made by both her mother and Mindy. Ultimately, after 24 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mindy Berenice guilty of murdering her father. She was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. Mindy's lawyers were shocked by the outcome, as they had not anticipated such a harsh sentence. The fate of Mindy's child remains unknown. In an earlier interview, Mindy admitted she knew her actions were wrong but insisted that desperation and fear drove her to kill her father, whom she described as a tyrant. The case of John Sweeney. John Sweeney was born on October 13, 1956. He grew up with an older brother and an older sister. People familiar with John's family described his father as a cruel and controlling man. From an early age, John was subjected to his father's strictness and was often the target of physical punishment. Psychologists later identified these harsh experiences as a major factor contributing to John's challenges as an adult. Despite their difficult living environment, John's family was close-knit and working class. His father instilled values of assertiveness and resilience in his sons. However, his methods were harsh, and he may have passed on his authoritarian attitude toward women to John, teaching him that women should always be submissive. Despite these hardships, John developed a strong passion for painting from an early age. At 15, he dreamed of attending art school, but his family did not support his aspirations. Instead, he studied carpentry and specialized in woodworking. This career path left John with a lingering sense of frustration, as he was unable to pursue his true ambitions and was forced to follow a different path in life. John had problems with the police from an early age. As a teenager, he displayed extremely violent tendencies, which led to a number of disturbing incidents. He frequently exhibited aggressive and violent behavior, often targeting his friends. One reported incident involved John getting into a dangerous fight while in high school at a nearby store where he was buying chips. Despite still being a minor, he picked up an axe and swung it aggressively. Witnesses said that, fortunately, no one was injured in the incident. The reckless teenager faced no serious consequences and was only given a warning by the police. By 1974, John had decided to marry. His wife, Ann Bramley, was his neighbor. Together, John and Ann had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Despite Ann's hopes that marriage and family life would calm him down, John remained ruthless, and nothing seemed to change his erratic nature. John's violent outbursts were especially severe when he was drunk, and revealed that he often harmed her pets to intimidate her and escalated conflicts by throwing bricks through windows, causing significant property damage. He repeatedly accused her of infidelity, even though she was faithful and gave him no reason to suspect her. Ironically, John himself had no qualms about pursuing romantic relationships with other women. According to family acquaintances, John treated his girlfriends as if they were his property. His first wife, Ann, experienced this firsthand. She described John Sweeney as sweet and charming until his mood changed. When this happened, he would focus on small issues, becoming aggressive and cruel. In these moments, he would easily explode and seem to invent reasons to justify his anger when none existed. After enduring this behavior for 5 years, Ann decided to file for divorce in 1979. However, like many manipulators, John tried everything to convince her to reconcile. Surprisingly, his efforts worked, and the couple remarried in 1981. During this time, John was able to control his behavior, leading Ann to believe that he had truly changed. Unfortunately, this did not last. Soon after they remarried, John's aggressive and uncontrollable behavior returned, and domestic violence once again became a regular occurrence. Before their relationship ended, they experienced another violent incident. One evening, John got drunk and attacked Ann. This event led her to make a firm decision to leave him and not attempt to mend the relationship. However, true to the behavior of a manipulator, John did not let go easily. Viewing his wife as his possession, John began stalking her. After Ann moved into a new house, an incident occurred while she was visiting a neighbor in the apartment next door. Through the wall, Ann heard suspicious noises coming from her apartment. She suspected it could either be John with malicious intentions or a burglar breaking in. Both possibilities seemed dangerous. Not wanting to take any chances, Ann called the police. When they arrived, The officers escorted her back to her apartment and searched the premises for any threats. Suddenly, John emerged from the closet, holding clothes in one hand and an axe and a knife in the other. He appeared startled to see the police and claimed he had planned to surprise his ex-wife. However, and believed he had brought the weapons with the intent to harm her, possibly even to kill her, as she had finally escaped his control. Unsurprisingly, the police did not believe John's story about the surprise and arrested him. However, he was later released without charges because he had not harmed anyone and was technically in his own apartment. The police only secured a verbal promise from him to stay away from Anne. After the divorce was finalized, Anne left with her children, moved away, and went into hiding to escape her dangerous ex-husband. Eventually, John gave up pursuing her. He decided it was time to change his life, leaving the city and embarking on a tour around Europe in hopes of forgetting his troubled past. He began searching for work abroad, believing he could find better opportunities and earn more money. Finding temporary jobs abroad was not difficult for John, but he never stayed in one place for long. He traveled to Germany and France before eventually settling in the Netherlands. Further investigations did not uncover any evidence of assaults on women during these trips. While abroad, John returned to his old habits, searching for a woman he could marry. However, his efforts were unsuccessful, and he was eventually forced to return to his homeland. Interestingly, upon his return, John rediscovered his passion for painting. Experts later analyzed his artwork and attributed its themes to his criminal nature. His paintings were gruesome, often violent and bloody, depicting brutal scenes. However, at the time, they were dismissed as mere works of art. Later, John made a living as a carpenter, taking on repair and construction jobs. He eventually settled in London, where he met Melissa Halstead, a model and photographer. She had hired him to do repairs on a film set. Melissa was an incredibly beautiful woman, and John seemed to take an immediate interest in her. Originally from Ohio, USA, Melissa had moved to another country in Europe, where she felt lonely and had few social connections. She was unaware of John's violent past. John quickly regained his charm, and after visiting her on set a few times, he suggested they meet. This marked the beginning of their romantic relationship. At first, Melissa described their relationship as warm and loving, reflecting John's manipulative behavior. Over time, they began living together. Less than a year later, John attacked her for the first time. Before this, he had repeatedly broken her self-esteem and cheated on her, leaving her feeling completely hopeless. Her career began to suffer, and her family back in Ohio recognized the toxicity of the relationship. Both her mother and sister urged Melissa to leave John as soon as possible. About a year after they met, Melissa's sister visited her in England. While staying at Melissa and John's apartment, she discovered banned substance and some disturbing artwork that John had created. She was shocked by what she saw. Before leaving, Melissa's sister begged her to end the relationship immediately. Despite this, Melissa chose to stay with John. In 1987, John committed his first violent attack on Melissa, which led to legal trouble. He was cautioned twice for his violent behavior. On one occasion, John threw a chair at Melissa, injuring both her legs. On another occasion, he punched her in the face. However, both times he only received verbal warnings and small fines. At the time, British authorities had a lenient attitude towards domestic violence. In the summer of 1988, John decided to move to Austria, and Melissa went with him. Initially, the move seemed to benefit their relationship. They reconnected and experienced a period without violence. During this time, things went well. They both made good money, and Melissa's modeling career began to take off again. She traveled frequently for work, and they could now afford to rent an apartment in central Vienna. However, their relationship soon fell apart. One evening, John's violent nature resurfaced, and he attacked Melissa with a hammer. She was taken to the hospital with a fractured skull. It seems that John harbored resentment towards her and became increasingly obsessed with his art. Psychologists later analyzed his artwork and concluded that it reflected his inner turmoil and violent worldview. Unfortunately, at the time these drawings appeared, no one paid much attention to John or recognized the warning signs. The haunting images clearly showed his desire to kill. While John was in prison, Melissa was recovering from the attack. Despite everything, she no longer resented John and even began to miss him. In February 1989, she appealed to the Austrian legal system, asking the court to pardon John. Under Austrian law, she had the right to do so. Her appeal was successful. Melissa withdrew her statement about the attack, and John was released after serving only 6 months. However, the police ordered John to leave Austria. Despite this, Melissa chose to follow him. They settled in Amsterdam together. In Amsterdam, John and Melissa rented an apartment in the city center, worked, and used a rental car. Their home was located near the train station. In November 1989, Melissa called her family. Since no one was home, she left a voicemail wishing her loved ones well, expressing her love, and saying that she hoped to see them again soon. After the call, she went on a business trip. In the following months, her family tried to contact her, but they were unable to reach her. At that time, cell phones were not available, making communication even more difficult. John also ignored all calls from Melissa's family. After a while, Melissa, exhausted by the constant conflicts and abuse from John, decided to end their relationship. She confided in her colleagues at work, telling them that if anything happened to her, it would be because of John. Soon after, she disappeared and was never seen alive again. On May 3, 1990, a passerby in Rotterdam noticed a suspicious bag floating in a canal. Upon inspection, the bag was found to contain body parts, although the head and hands were missing. The witness immediately alerted the police. The brutal nature of the crime became evident when the body was examined. What shocked the police most was that the victim's spine had been broken in half, and evidence suggested she had been subjected to prolonged torture designed to inflict extreme pain. After the murder, the perpetrator placed the body in a large black bag, which was then dumped in a canal. At the same time, Melissa's family grew increasingly worried, as they had not heard from her for months. A missing person report had been filed in Amsterdam, but since the Rotterdam police did not have access to it, they were unable to identify the victim. With no leads, the investigation was eventually closed. The unidentified remains were buried in a public cemetery in Rotterdam in an unmarked grave, and the police remained unaware of the victim's identity. John, the killer, escaped justice. By 1991, John had returned to London alone. He never told anyone about what had happened to Melissa. Her family suspected that John was involved in her disappearance, but there was no evidence to prove it. As a result, John continued his life without facing any consequences. At a local pub, John met Delia Balmer, a 40-year-old nurse. Their meeting was initially accidental, but John quickly used his charm to make her fall in love with him. Delia, feeling lonely, invited him to move into her house. John seized the opportunity, helping her with the housework and earning her trust. During this time, he worked as a carpenter, earning a good income by creating furniture and home furnishings. However, over time, John's true nature began to reveal itself. After nearly 2 years together, in December 1993, Delia realized the extent of John's temper and cruelty. She finally asked him to leave. Surprisingly, he did not argue and agreed to move out. However, he did not truly leave her life. John continued to frequent the same shops and bars as Delia, making sure they crossed paths often. Wherever she went, John seemed to appear, controlling and pursuing her relentlessly. He even attempted to re-enter her apartment. In May 1994, Delia went on a short trip around Europe with a friend. When she returned, John was furious that he had temporarily lost control of her. He tracked her down, tied her to the bed, and threatened her with a weapon, intensifying her fear. To further intimidate her, John told her a disturbing story about his previous girlfriend, Melissa. He confessed to killing Melissa, sitting with her body in his apartment for 3 days, and then disposing of her remains by dumping them in a canal in another city. Delia realized she was now trapped with a crazed killer. John demanded her complete obedience, warning her that if she did not comply, she would suffer the same fate as Melissa. Delia endured a week of abuse. During this time, she was repeatedly beaten, assaulted, and threatened with a weapon before finally being released in the summer of 1994. In July, Delia sought refuge at a shelter and reported the abuse to the police. She even showed them John Sweeney's disturbing drawings. However, the police dismissed her concerns, calling them a joke and accusing her of exaggeration. In early November, John left the apartment, and Delia took the opportunity to change the locks. When he returned on November 11th and discovered what she had done, he became furious. Despite locking the door, he managed to break in and attack Delia. The next day, Delia fled to the police station again. The officers escorted her back home, but John had disappeared. However, another attack occurred the following day. This time, Delia's neighbors and friends called the police. The officers arrived just in time, as John was inside the apartment with Delia. She ran out to meet the police, crying and terrified. During a search of the apartment, the police discovered a bag in the bathroom that John had brought with him. Inside the bag were rubber gloves, a mask, some rope, and surgical instruments, items that could be used by a murderer. Despite this alarming discovery, the police dismissed its significance. John was arrested and held for a week before being released on the condition that he returned to his parents' home, 300 kilometers away from Delia. This distance was considered safe. But on December 22nd, John violated the terms of his bail by going to Delia's house in the evening. That night, Delia, feeling nervous, used a brick to block the basement door before going downstairs to put her bike away. She kept glancing around cautiously, afraid that John might be nearby. When she turned around, she saw John's familiar face staring at her. Suddenly, he pulled out an axe and swung it at her. She tried to defend herself with a knife, trying to cut his palm. Enraged, John grabbed the knife and attacked her. Delia screamed in pain and desperately used her bike as a shield against his repeated attacks. The commotion attracted the attention of neighbors. A man rushed to help, wielding a baseball bat and confronting John to protect Delia. John struck the neighbor several times before fleeing the scene. Delia was then taken to the hospital in critical condition, where she underwent several emergency operations that ultimately saved her life. The police began pursuing John Sweeney, who had fled. Despite their efforts, he evaded capture and escaped the UK. He remained in hiding for the next 6 years until he returned to the UK in 2000. To avoid detection, he used a false identity. John was highly skilled at altering his appearance, which made it easy for him to avoid detection. He quickly found work on construction sites and often used different fake names to remain unnoticed. After returning to his hometown, he met Paula Fields. Like John's other victims, Paula was lonely and vulnerable. Since they both came from the same area, John was able to establish a relationship with her quickly. Paula had spent most of her life on the streets. It was surprising that John managed to deceive her, as people like Paula, hardened by street life, were often very adept at reading others and recognizing manipulators or abusers. However, John Sweeney was such a skilled manipulator that he succeeded in fooling even someone like her. At first, their relationship seemed calm and romantic, but over time, John began to show signs of dissatisfaction. His frustration escalated into aggression and hostility. In December, John Sweeney committed a brutal crime. He killed Paula, and after handling the body, he placed the parts in separate bags. He disposed of the bags in the London Canal. On February 19, 2001, boys fishing in the canal discovered one of the bags containing Paula's body parts. They immediately contacted the police, who later recovered 5 more bags containing other parts of her remains. Advances in DNA technology helped identify the victim as Paula Fields and revealed a suspicious boyfriend. At the time, John was using an alias. However, further investigation by the police uncovered that her boyfriend's real name was John Sweeney. He was also linked to the murder of Melissa Halstead and was wanted for an attack on Delia Balmer. John became one of Britain's most wanted men. The police eventually tracked John down at a construction site in central London, where he was working. A specialist armed team was deployed to arrest him, as he was known to carry weapons. When apprehended, John did not resist, likely overwhelmed by the presence of heavily armed officers. A subsequent search of his flat uncovered over 300 gruesome works of art and poetry. Some of these artworks contained references to Paula and other victims. John Sweeney was later convicted of the attempted murder of Delia Balmer. On March 5, 2002, he was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after only 9 years. With good behavior, he could have been released even earlier. Delia was deeply unhappy with this outcome. As the police continued to investigate Paula Fields' death, they faced numerous challenges. It took another 6 years. In 2008, they were finally able to match DNA from an unidentified victim found in a Rotterdam canal to Melissa Halstead. This discovery linked John Sweeney to another murder. Delia's testimony, which included his confession, along with the presence of his DNA on Melissa's remains, played a key role in connecting him to this brutal crime. Melissa's murder had taken place more than 20 years earlier. Her family finally learned the truth and sought justice. Despite the evidentiary challenges, the police decided to use John's artwork as admissible evidence. Several of his drawings referenced Melissa's death long before her body was identified. One drawing even depicted a headstone bearing her name, details that only the killer could have known. Nearly 21 years after Melissa's death and 6 years after Paula's murder, the trial for these cases was held on April 4, 2011. John Sweeney was convicted of murder and sentenced to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. This ensures that John will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case of Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso. The main character of this story is Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso, an attractive and athletic Mexican woman. She maintained her fitness and took pride in her appearance. Maria Alejandra spent a lot of time at the gym and enjoyed sunny days at the beach. She preferred a tan, disapproved of light-colored hair. She also had a negative view of deep-set eyes, believing her own looks represented the ideal of beauty. Her father's was a psychologist and a well-known psychiatrist. She greatly admired him, which inspired her interest in the sciences. Maria opened a private psychology practice in Mexico City. Her clients were primarily young people dealing with issues such as depression, anxiety, behavioral problems, and relationship challenges. Maria Alejandra's marriage ended in divorce, and she has 2 children with her ex-husband. Despite this, she focused all her efforts on finding a new love. In 2011, Maria committed a shocking crime against her ex-husband. A source revealed that the man went to visit their children at Maria's house. She welcomed him, suggested they sit in a living room, explaining that their daughter had a surprise for him and would join them shortly. He sat down on a sofa. Maria blindfolded him to prevent him from seeing the surprise before it was revealed. As minutes passed without their daughter appearing, an uneasy silence hung in the air. causing he to sense that something was amiss. At that moment, he was struck hard on the head with a fireplace poker. He removed his blindfold and asked Maria to calm down, but she continued to attack him. He tried to escape, but the door was locked. Once Maria felt she had control over him, she took a knife, stabbed him in the stomach and back. Trapped, he attempted to wrestle the knife away, but she bit his hand. She then tried to inject him with a syringe, but he fought back, managed to break free and escape. Their daughter, who had witnessed her parents' violent quarrels several times before, saw the incident unfold before her eyes. Despite experiencing multiple incidents of violence, they had never reported anything to the authorities before. However, this time, the ex-husband took action, believing that Maria had gone too far, and he reported the incident to the police. Maria was charged with attempted murder and taken to jail, where a judge ordered her detention. Later, the charge was changed to aggravated assault. On June 2012, Maria was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison. Her skilled lawyers worked hard to secure various benefits for her. They successfully replaced her prison sentence with probation and a fine for damages. Maria Alejandra has paid her ex-husband $1,836, but her lawyers are still not satisfied. They argued that she had acted in self-defense since her ex-husband had hit her. An appeal was filed against the verdict, and the judges of the criminal chamber had to review their decision. Ultimately, they cleared Maria Alejandra of any criminal responsibility. After her release, she continued her psychological consultations as if nothing had happened. She crafted an image of a victim of domestic violence who fought back and ultimately prevailed, which made her more appealing to potential clients. Soon, Maria met Alan Carrera Cuellar, a Mexican businessman. Alan, a tall man aged 41. He was the manager in charge of the tile production business. This role provided Alan with a good income and plenty of free time. Alan was married and had a daughter. However, in 2011, their relationship deteriorated, leading to their separation. Alan's daughter struggled with the new life and fell into a deep depression. Maria Alejandra's father, a well-known psychologist, encouraged Alan's daughter to seek therapy. He recommended his daughter, Maria Alejandra, to the girl. After 3 therapy sessions, Maria expressed a desire to meet Alan, claiming that it would enhance the therapy. However, her true intention was to pursue a romantic relationship with him. It didn't take long for her to begin a romantic relationship with Alan. When Alan's daughter learned about the situation, she became upset and stopped attending her therapy sessions. Ultimately, Alan chose to marry Maria, unaware of the real reasons behind her divorce from her previous husband. In April 2014, Alan visited his parents for the weekend, shared the news about his fiancée. He mentioning that their wedding would be happening soon and that Maria might be pregnant. They got married the following Monday, but no members of the Caso family attended the ceremony, as they had not received an invitation and were told that the wedding would be very small. Alan's sister later shared that the bride's family, her father, mother, and siblings, attended the wedding celebration. The new bride appeared to be perfect, but her true nature became evident only after the wedding. The relationship between Alan and Maria began to change significantly. Alan was a reserved person, leaving many details about their family life unknown. Alan's family noticed that Maria grew increasingly anxious and prone to fits of anger, prompting them to keep their distance and limit communication with her. One day, Maria decided to check Alan's phone and found disturbing messages that indicated he had a mistress. According to her arguments, this became the last straw because she was tired of the cruel treatment and had no desire to reconcile with Alan's changes. Believing there was no way to save their failing marriage, she chose not to seek therapy or consider divorce. Instead, she fixated on one solution: eliminating her husband. With a cold and calculated mindset, she carefully planned her next move. Meanwhile, Alan lived a normal life, unaware of the serious family conflict. He stuck to his routine, working and spending time with his loved ones. Even though his family disapproved of Maria Alejandra, they maintained regular contact with him through WhatsApp. They felt his marriage was rushed, but they respected his choice and supported him. Suddenly, their communication ceased. October 31st, 2014, was the last day he sent messages to his family. He stopped going to work, didn't visit his parents, and didn't see his daughter from his first marriage. He also ignored phone calls and stopped leaving voice messages. However, he continued to send text messages, although they were somewhat strange. Maria Alejandra executed her plan thoughtfully and coldly. She waited for her husband to come home from work and then gave him a drink laced with a psychoactive substance often used to treat depression and other conditions. This substance had a sedative effect. If taking it in large quantities could cause numbness and impaired movement, which was exactly what happened. Maria Alejandra ensured her husband felt no pain before she stabbed him in the abdomen and watched him die. Her immediate priority was to dispose of his body quickly. She laid him on the bedroom floor and used an electric saw to cut his large body into manageable pieces, which she placed in plastic garbage bags. She put the torso in one bag and the arms and legs in another, then packed these bags into a red suitcase for easier transport. The more identifiable body parts, like the head, hands, and feet, were placed in a different bag, hidden in the kitchen freezer. By around 12:45 a.m., Maria Alejandra called the staff of their residential complex for help loading items into her van, as noted in their log. Security personnel observed her looking around nervously and appearing distressed. Her behavior raised suspicion, and rumors circulated that she had discarded bags containing body parts in 2 different parts of the city. After the suitcase was loaded, she drove away and did not return until after 4 a.m., not leaving the house again. Upon her return, she changed the locks on the doors and informed the security guard that she was going on a trip with her husband. After that, there were no further updates about her. A few days later, on November 7, 2014, city police found a human torso in a neighborhood at the intersection of 2 streets. In the afternoon, agents from the Federal Ministry of Public Security reported that various human remains had also been found, including arms and legs without hands and feet, all of which were contained in black plastic bags. The locations of the bags were quite far apart. The remains were sent to a forensic laboratory, where anthropologists confirmed they belonged to one person, but they lacked the means to identify the individual at that time. To mislead Alan's relatives and prevent them from contacting the police, Maria Alejandra used her husband's phone to respond to incoming messages. This tactic allowed her to temporarily prevent anyone from suspecting Alan's tragic fate. She needed time to come up with a plan to evade responsibility, similar to how she had acted after attacking her first husband. Alan's siblings and daughter received WhatsApp messages that seemed to express his regret about the marriage. He claimed he was struggling with problems but had recently met a wonderful woman and was now dating her. In other messages, which contradicted each other, he mentioned that he enjoyed being alone, while in others, he talked about traveling. At the same time, Maria Alejandra's father began calling Alan's father's home to ask if they knew the whereabouts of his daughter. He had been searching for several days without receiving any news from her. Later, he called Alan's parents again and informed them that Maria Alejandra was supposedly at the National Institute, where she was being treated for depression caused by Alan's alleged infidelity. Maria's father also noted that his daughter was suffering from paranoia, thinking that the police were hunting her, and this became another reason for her hospitalization. The confusion and deception lasted for months until December, a time when families gather and spend time together for the holidays. Therefore, Alan's family and close friends decided to visit him, but once again, Maria Alejandra got ahead of them. She warned that she and her husband would not be home because they had decided to take a spontaneous vacation, which alarmed Alan's relatives, especially since Maria's father had recently reported that his daughter was in a psychiatric clinic. It was then that the relatives contacted the police and filed a report. Authorities needed several days to make the necessary inquiries and analyze the situation. Prosecutors exchanged information with staff from the Missing Persons Assistance Center, and their collaboration helped significantly advance the investigation. Experts compared the characteristics of the human remains found with the descriptions of various missing persons. It became clear that the dismembered body belonged to Alan. Later, he was identified, and the relatives decided to search the couple's home. Upon arrival, officers encountered Maria Alejandra, who was taken to the station where a search warrant was issued. Once all the formalities were settled, the police searched the house for evidence and found Alan's head, hands stored in the freezer, along with an electric saw. During the inspection of the rooms, experts used luminol tests and discovered traces of blood in one of the rooms, in the bathroom. They also noticed that there was a cut-out hole in the surface of the mattress and a piece of carpet was missing. All of this was done to conceal traces of fluids. Later, it was established that parts of Alan's body were found on these items. Initially, Maria Alejandra gave testimony as a witness, but when the contradictions became too obvious, she was reclassified as a suspect. It was revealed that she had sent a message from her husband's mobile phone to make his family believe that he was alive and did not report his disappearance. Maria Alejandra claimed she had not seen him for several days and had not even communicated with him by phone, using her position as a psychologist to try to prove her innocence. She showed a registration card from the psychiatric clinic dated to coincide with the date of Alan's presumed death. Maria Alejandra denied any involvement in the murder, but Alan's body spoke for itself, and forensic experts were able to fully reconstruct the timeline of the events. The analyses and investigations recorded in the autopsy report showed that there was a wound on the body inflicted by a sharp object that penetrated the abdominal cavity, which became fatal. The body was then dismembered with a sharp object with pointed edges. After the relevant study results were obtained, it became known that Alan had died between the last hours of November 5, 2014, and the early morning of the following day. The collected evidence allowed investigators to establish a direct link between Maria and the brutal death of her husband. It was also discovered where she was on that fateful day, aided by a surveillance log of the building, which recorded the specific time she left the house and her return. There was also an incident involving a heavy suitcase that someone helped her put into the car. From statements made by Alan's daughter and his sister, it was revealed that Maria had threatened Alan's daughter, saying that she would took her own life if Alan's daughter opposed Maria's relationship with Alan. Although Maria tried to pretend she was undergoing treatment in a psychiatric clinic to avoid responsibility, the specialists found no evidence of her mental illness. Cornered by irrefutable evidence, Maria Alejandra had no choice but to confess to attacking her husband, but she immediately justified herself by saying she was tired of the violence from his side. On December 2014, the judge issued a detention order on charges of murder with aggravating circumstances. After her arrest, Maria Alejandra was taken to the Women's Social Rehabilitation Center in Mexico City. Later, new information emerged that allegedly indicated Maria Alejandra's involvement in other violent acts resulting in death. Her ex-husband managed to escape from her, and there is also an unidentified victim who may have been killed by her in 2012. These incidents have led to suspicions that her father aided in these crimes, helping to cover them up and divert public attention. In Alan's case, it is believed that Maria's father was not only involved in concealing the acts but also in planning the attack. The motive behind these events is believed to be purely economic. However, justice could not fully substantiate this claim. After 8 years, on September 2022, the Attorney General's Office of the Capital announced the final verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Maria Alejandra Lafuente Caso was sentenced to 46 years and 6 months in prison for the murder of her husband, Alan Carrera Cuellar. Following the verdict, she was not allowed to appeal or receive any alternative or leniency measures. Additionally, she was required to cover damages and funeral costs. She lost her political rights. Maria Alejandra used her father's influence and protection to commit crimes against the men in her life without remorse. After evading punishment for attacking her first husband, she successfully portrayed herself as a victim, showcasing her manipulative skills. Just 3 years later, she killed her second husband with chilling composure. She meticulously planned this crime and even feigned mental illness to avoid accountability again, but this time, her actions caught up with her. The law delivered a fair and severe sentence that she could not escape. The case of Sung-nam Kwon Lisowski. Our story today focuses on the Lisowski family. John and his wife Sung-nam, along with their two daughters, Victoria and Christine, live in a town called Aurora in the United States. John's job requires frequent international travel, including trips to Korea, as the company's headquarters are in the United States while some factories are located in other countries. During one of these trips to Korea, John met Sung-nam Kwon. He quickly fell in love with her and asked her out. After several dates, they decided to get married. They married in 1983 and moved to the United States. Their first daughter, Victoria, was born in 1988, followed by Christine a few years later. Although the family seemed perfect, some people found Sung-nam too strict with the children. For a long time, John reassured himself that the strict nature of Asian parenting was normal, attributing it to his wife's cultural background. However, as tensions mounted, he began to realize that something was wrong. Sung-nam's expectations of the children were too high, too strict, and sometimes even harsh. John's displeasure did not affect Sung-nam much. She continued to impose more rules and insisted on their strict enforcement. Notably, the children were forbidden to discuss their family with anyone outside, even their friends. Meanwhile, Victoria and Christine socialized with friends and occasionally visited their homes. During these visits, they found that their friends' parents treated them much more kindly and warmly than the constant criticism they faced at home. While their friends' mothers would bake with them on the weekends, Victoria and Christine's mother decided on their interests without ever consulting them. Every weekend, she woke Victoria and Christine up at 6 a.m. and forced them to practice the piano, scolding them even if they made the slightest mistake. If they messed up, she would hit their hands. Victoria and Christine were never praised. Even if they played perfectly, there was no encouragement. Eventually, Sung-nam had to use a wooden stick to discipline them. If they relaxed for a moment or hunched over, they would be beaten by her. John disagreed with this method of education. However, Sung-nam achieved results. Victoria and Christine quickly mastered the piano, began to participate in competitions, and even won awards. However, deep down, they did not find joy in their achievements. Sung-nam convinced John that her goal was to raise gifted children and that this harsh approach was necessary. Sung-nam had a hot temper and would quickly lose control, leading to dangerous behavior. This created a tense atmosphere in the family, where even John felt uncomfortable around her. Sung-nam firmly established her dominance in the family and made all the decisions. She often intervened in conflicts, even when she was not directly involved, relishing the role of judge. This situation took place during a conflict between Christine and Victoria. The two children were arguing about something trivial. Christine quickly apologized, but Victoria, the older sister, did not accept it. This made Sung-nam unable to bear it. Ignoring Victoria and Christine's feelings, Sung-nam became angry. She stood up, walked past Victoria, and began to punish Christine. Christine was confused and did not understand why she was being beaten. Sung-nam hit her so violently that Christine's face was left bloody as she slid down the wall, unable to get up. Victoria watched in horror and began to scream an apology, begging her mother to stop. The beating only ceased when Victoria screamed. Sung-nam then turned to Victoria and warned her that if she disobeyed again, Christine would be punished. She made it clear that she would hurt little Christine every time Victoria defied Sung-nam, ensuring that Victoria would feel guilty about it. Many may wonder why John, the father of the children, did not step in to stop his wife and help his daughters. The truth is that John could not influence his wife. He was also the target of her anger. At the time of this incident, John was working late at the office, trying to avoid the increasingly tense atmosphere at home. This distance made it difficult for him to be involved in his children's lives. By the time John realized that the situation had escalated beyond normal limits, it was too late to intervene. While he was at work, his children were suffering from constant abuse at the hands of their mother. She often assaulted them. John was also involved in a number of disturbing incidents. On one occasion, Victoria went to a friend's house after school. There were obvious injuries on her body, and many suspected that something was wrong in her family, but Victoria remained silent. While she was at her friend's house, the phone rang, and Victoria was called home because something had happened. Victoria braced herself and returned to her house. As she approached, she saw her father standing at the door, talking to the police. He had a large, fresh bruise and a cut on his cheek that looked quite frightening. Victoria overheard her father's conversation with the police. He was making excuses, insisting that he had just fallen and that there was nothing to worry about. However, Victoria understood the truth of the situation. It was clear that after the initial violence, her father had tried to confront his wife to protect the children. Unfortunately, he was severely beaten, and Sung Nam even threatened him with a knife. Since then, she had completely dominated the family. John was too afraid to speak up because he feared for his own safety. Sung Nam's violent outbursts were terrifying. All the family members tried to keep their distance from her. John spent more time at work, trying to stay away from home as much as possible. He built a successful career, becoming the director of a telecommunications equipment company, and often traveled for work. Victoria and Christine followed suit, spending more time at school or with friends to avoid being at home. This situation continued until Victoria and Christine entered high school. During this time, the distance between John and Sung Nam grew. He began working longer hours, taking extra shifts, and often left the house before everyone else woke up. He would wake up early and come home later than everyone else. Unfortunately, Victoria and Christine could not escape this situation. They were still stuck in a stressful environment with their demanding mother. During this time, the cruelty towards Victoria and Christine escalated significantly. One day, an argument broke out between the two sisters. Their mother, Sung Nam, intervened by locking her daughters in a stuffy, dark garage. She forced them to sit with their hands raised for hours. When she finally opened the door, she found Victoria and Christine exhausted from the heat, but Sung Nam chose not to let them out. Instead, she refused to give them water and simply closed the door again. It was later revealed that she had gone to the store, leaving her children in that miserable situation. Victoria and Christine sat for hours in the sweltering heat, feeling miserable but too afraid to go outside, knowing that it would only make their mother angrier. One day, while driving down the street, she lost control of the car, causing Victoria and Christine to bang on the door from the inside. They were confused by their mother's actions. Passers-by noticed her driving erratically, and when they approached, she claimed that the children were late for the bus, justifying her reckless speed. Witnesses described her as unstable, with wild eyes. In addition, Sung Nam flaunted her wealth to make those around her jealous, even though she did not work. All her spending was done with John's money and credit. Sung Nam lost control of her finances to the point that John's steady salary was no longer sufficient. The situation became serious when they faced eviction due to unpaid utility bills and mortgage payments. Despite this threat, Sung Nam had no intention of stopping her spending habits. She continued to buy expensive items and frequented the city's posh clubs. John was unaware of the accumulated debts until it was too late. Sung Nam adopted a reckless lifestyle, spending her evenings at clubs while neglecting her children. When the threat of eviction became a reality, John could no longer bear the situation and made accusations against his wife. This caused her to react violently, leading to heated arguments that eventually escalated into physical violence. She hit John several times, forcing him to retreat to avoid hurting her. Despite his efforts to calm her down, she continued to attack him. In response, he grabbed her arm to restrain her until she calmed down, leaving marks on her wrist. Seeing the situation, Sun-nam decided to call the police. She claimed that her husband was abusing her. She misrepresented the facts, insisting that John had attacked her and that she had to endure constant verbal abuse and violence from him. Sun-nam continued to portray John as abusive and threatening. Finally, Victoria could no longer remain silent and informed the police that her mother had lied. She gave a truthful account of what had happened, as she had witnessed the entire conflict. Victoria explained that her mother had thrown the first punch, and even when John tried to calm her down, Sun-nam continued to act aggressively and threateningly. Faced with these conflicting stories, the police could only leave, suggesting that the family resolve the matter themselves. After the incident, nothing changed. Sun-nam continued to spend the money her husband earned. When John found out about this, he was furious and decided to confront her over the phone. Before the call, he had blocked her access to their accounts. During the conversation, Sun-nam lied and argued. He did not realize the potential consequences of his actions. When Sun-nam discovered that John had blocked her access to all of their accounts, she stormed into his office with a knife, threatened him, and cornered him. Faced with the threat of violence and with his children witnessing the chaos, John felt compelled to unlock the card. After this incident, John threw himself into work, taking more business trips to avoid his wife. To manage the expenses for the children and household bills, he was often away from home. In the fall of 2002, John went on a short business trip to China. During this trip, he met another woman and fell in love with her. John began looking for every opportunity to return to China to be with her and intended to divorce Sun-nam. On September 5, 2002, he emailed Sun-nam to inform her that he wanted a divorce. Although he had been struggling to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, he now wanted to take their children to China to be with his new girlfriend. He had a clear advantage over Sun-nam in that he had a stable income, while she did not. As a result, the ideal life she had tried to portray began to crumble. Sun-nam called John to discuss their personal problems. She was furious after receiving his message, and the news of his decision to divorce shocked her. He confirmed that he intended to initiate divorce proceedings as soon as he returned from his business trip. Sun-nam angrily threw the phone at Victoria, saying that their father wanted to take her and her sister to China. Victoria remained calm, picked up the phone, and told her father that this was a great plan, as living with their mother was unbearable. She expressed her eagerness to leave home and waited for her father to return. Sun-nam was acutely aware of the difficult situation around her. During the Christmas holiday of 2002, John returned from a business trip. At that time, Victoria was 14 years old, and her sister Christine was 12. John was 46 years old, and Sun-nam was 41. While everything seemed to be falling apart, Sun-nam noticed that everyone else was in a good mood. Despite being very angry, Sun-nam did not create any conflicts, which made Victoria and Christine feel uneasy. On the contrary, John appreciated the quiet atmosphere. When John returned from China, Sun-nam had completely changed. She prepared gifts for the whole family, dressed neatly, and decorated the house. She began serving drinks, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Sun-nam placed glasses for everyone and then stepped away to continue washing dishes. Victoria and Christine noticed something white at the bottom of their drinks but did not have time to warn their father before he finished drinking. Realizing that something was wrong, Victoria and Christine pretended to drink but secretly discarded their drinks. When Sun-nam left the room, they noticed that John seemed sluggish after drinking. He said he felt tired and went upstairs to sleep. Although Victoria and Christine had only taken a few sips, they also felt weak. They fell asleep until 8 a.m. the next day, December 25, 2002. Christine and Victoria woke up feeling unwell, not remembering how they had gotten to bed, but at first, there was nothing alarming. Victoria suspected that her mother had put sleeping pills in their drinks, although the reason was unclear. She felt relieved to wake up and find herself alive. Victoria and Christine decided to go downstairs to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. However, before they could leave the room, they heard a loud noise from the first floor that sounded like a gunshot. Earlier that morning, Sun Nam had sneaked into John's office, where he was working. She shot him once in the head from behind and then shot him 3 times in the back. Afterward, she went upstairs and stopped at the door. Victoria and Christine were horrified to see her reloading the gun. Sun Nam begged for forgiveness, saying that she had to do it, then pointed the gun at Victoria. There were 7 bullets left in the magazine. Christine, who had been frozen in shock, suddenly regained her composure. Seizing the moment, she grabbed the phone and called the police. Christine could wait for the operator to answer while Sun Nam reloaded. Christine tried to tell the police that there was a shooting in the house and provided the address. Soon, the police heard a series of gunshots as the call continued. Christine had to run away to escape her mother, who was about to shoot her. She ran into Victoria's bedroom just seconds before her mother opened fire. Christine was injured, but against all odds, both she and Victoria survived. She locked the door and waited for rescue, praying that her mother could not get in. Meanwhile, the patrol officers arrived at the house in emergency mode. Within minutes, they parked outside and heard several gunshots from inside, followed by silence. Unsure of what was happening, the officers cautiously entered the house with their weapons drawn. Inside, they first found John, who had been shot multiple times. Sun Nam shot himself behind a locked door, and she is unconscious. They also discovered Victoria and Christine, wounded but fortunately still alive. All 3 of them were rushed to the hospital. They were seriously injured and needed immediate medical attention. As they began to recover, the police interviewed them to gather information about the shooting. Sun Nam was in worse condition, but Victoria and Christine seemed to have little concern for her. On September 5, 2002, Sun Nam applied for a gun license. It took some time, but by December 17th, she had legally obtained a pistol. Over the next week, she practiced target shooting diligently. This preparation suggested that the crime had been planned in advance. Sun Nam confided in her friends about her hatred for her husband and even mentioned her intention to buy a weapon to kill him. However, her friends considered Sun Nam's comments to be expressions of anger and did not believe that she would actually carry out her threat. The attack and Sun Nam's parenting made her friends key witnesses for the prosecution. Their testimony shocked both the jury and the experienced police officers. Sun Nam was sent for a psychiatric evaluation, which determined that she was fit to stand trial. The prosecution argued that Sun Nam had carefully planned the murder and attempted to kill her entire family, proving that she had intent and was of sound mind. Ultimately, Sun Nam Kwan Lisowski was convicted of premeditated murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 45 years. Victoria and Christine were sent to live with their aunt and uncle. Throughout her incarceration, Sun Nam continued to misbehave and denied all charges against her. In 2008, Sun Nam confessed to her actions, saying that she could not accept the idea of divorce and was desperate to keep her husband, who had chosen to be with another woman. She admitted that she had tried to harm her children because she could not bear the thought of a stepmother caring for them. Sadly, in 2008, Sun Nam took her own life while in prison. Victoria and Christine wrote to her, hoping for a future reunion, but that day never came.
The case of April Holt. By the summer of 2023, April Holt, a mother of 2 and a positive thinking coach, had gained over 200,000 followers on TikTok. she building her online reputation on optimism and stories of overcoming adversity. She often encouraged her followers with the mantra, "Keep growing, keep manifesting, and you will succeed." Tragically, at the end of July, April was discovered unconscious in her bathroom and passed away a few days later. While the police classified it as either an accident or self-harm, April's mother, Jamie, held a different belief and began advocating for justice. In early July 2023, April celebrated her 29th birthday, reflecting on her accomplishments at such a young age. As an independent eyelash extension technician, she had left her previous job to start her own business and work for herself. On her birthday, she expressed gratitude, stating, "Happy 29th birthday to me. I am so grateful for the opportunity to live another year, for 10,585 days of life." Among her many achievements, April cherished her family the most, especially her children. She was a devoted and loving mother, sharing snippets of their family life on TikTok. Her videos emphasized positivity, spiritual growth. She inspired her followers by saying, "Sending good energy to everyone who sees this. I wish you a productive day. Be goal-oriented and grow." Occasionally, her videos were simply light-hearted and entertaining. Over the years, April shared personal experiences, including her time as a homeschooled child, which left her with painful memories of social isolation that she eventually overcame. She and her husband, Donovan Holt, who was 33 years old, openly discussed the highs and lows of their marriage. They started as friends, then became best friends, lovers, and ultimately husband and wife, welcoming their daughter and son. Their relationship faced several challenges, such as a period of separation, financial struggles, depression, and serious health issues. Despite these obstacles, April always focused on the positives, portraying their journey as one of resilience and triumph through love. On the morning of July 28th, April called her mother to confirm plans for a trip to see a movie, but the plans changed, and she suggested they meet at church the following day. Later that day, however, her mother received a call from Donovan, who reported that his son had found April unconscious in the bathroom. She had a plastic bag tightly wrapped around her head. April's mother, Jamie, noticed that Donovan was behaving oddly. He seemed to lack the deep sorrow and confusion expected from someone who had just lost a spouse. He allowed April's mother to make all decisions regarding her treatment while doctors worked to save her life. Meanwhile, Donovan sat with his head in his hands, rocking back and forth. After 3 days of fighting for her life, April did not regain consciousness and was declared dead by doctors on July 31st. An autopsy report released in November identified suffocation as the cause of death. However, the Nashville police found no evidence of foul play and classified her death as an accident. They informed Jamie that the case was closed, but Jamie refused to accept this conclusion. She vowed to continue investigating to uncover the truth. 2 weeks before her death, April had filed for divorce. This was not the first crisis in their marriage. The couple had previously faced difficulties and lived apart for several years. Although they had separated, they had not finalized their divorce. They maintained a friendly and warm image on social media, which may have been partly genuine, or perhaps they were caught in an unhealthy cycle, as they decided to give their relationship another chance after a long break. In their videos, they often spoke about the importance of forgiveness, open communication, and mutual support. However, the struggles in their marriage were never shared on their TikTok pages. After many years together, April was determined to leave Donovan this time and told her mother that she would not return to him. Donovan seemed to grasp the situation, as Jamie later discovered that a week before April's death, he pawned his wedding ring. There had been a fight between April and Donovan, but the specifics of the argument were unclear. Later, April's son told his grandmother about that tragic day, July 29th. He recalled that April woke up as usual, had coffee, wrote in her journal, enjoyed the calm of the morning, played with him, kissed both him and his father, and then went into the bathroom. He heard the argument escalate and pressed his ear to the bathroom door, noticing their feet beneath it. He tried to make sense of their words but couldn't hear anything, so he ran back to his room. After a while, his father came to him, dressed him, fed him, and told him to come when they called for the ambulance. April was taken to the hospital, but she was no longer breathing. The doctors informed the family that there was no blood circulation in her brain and that her brain was not functioning. On July 31st, 2023, April was declared dead, prompting Jamie to fight for justice and bring attention to the case from the Nashville Police and Prosecutor's Office. She launched her own campaign, reaching out to local news stations and celebrities while actively sharing updates on social media. This journey was challenging since the case had already been closed, making it difficult to attract media coverage. Despite major news outlets halting their reporting, Jamie persevered with her online campaign. Jamie obtained full access to the case and initiated her own investigation by filing a formal complaint with the Nashville Community Oversight Board. As a result, April's case was reviewed, and 4 months later, the Nashville police conducted a second investigation. Although this re-investigation did not alter the case classification or the official cause of April's death, it provided Jamie with valuable details to analyze. She meticulously studied the report day and night, searching for any clues. During this time, Jamie also focused on creating a stable and supportive environment for her grandchildren. Jamie openly discussed her pain and authored a book about her healing journey. Jamie became a strong advocate against domestic violence, highlighting how aggression can manifest in unexpected ways. After his wife's death, Donovan Holt moved to Texas and wanted his son to live with him. However, his son pleaded with his grandmother to allow him to stay, promising to do everything he could to remain by his grandmother's side. Jamie stressed that she does not influence her children's feelings and always aims to give them the freedom to choose where they want to be happy. She also wanted her grandchildren to stay together. Unfortunately, Jamie's relationship with her ex-son-in-law quickly deteriorated. In April 2024, she stopped posting about the case, explaining that she had been placed under a gag order. Despite this pause in her online advocacy, Jamie continued to seek justice for her daughter. Investigators initially stated that April had no visible injuries suggesting violence. However, Jamie observed significant bruises and marks on April's body while in the hospital, indicating otherwise. The autopsy report revealed marks on her neck, thighs, and ankles, along with a deep cut on the inner side of her thigh. Crucially, there was only one set of fingerprints found on the bag that was placed over April's head and on the tape that secured it. These fingerprints did not belong to April, they were identified as belonging to Donovan Holt. In September, Jamie confronted Donovan with the findings from her investigation. He admitted to committing the crime. Jamie wasn't shocked, she had known the truth. Following his confession, she took a recording of their conversation to the police, which led to the reopening of April's case. The previous conclusion was re-evaluated, and April's death was officially reclassified. On September 19, 2024, the police announced that Donovan Holt was arrested in San Antonio after confessing to a detective that he killed April Holt. A grand jury charged him with manslaughter, tampering with evidence, and perjury. He was moved from Texas to Nashville, where he was held on a $75,000 bond awaiting a hearing set for October 23rd. After discussions with the cold case investigation team in Nashville, all uncertainties regarding the case were clarified. Donovan Holt, 33, repeated to the police the same story he had told Jamie. During an argument, he choked April out of anger. To hide what he had done, he moved her to the shower, put a bag over her head, and secured it with tape. Then he went to make lunch for his son. It was only after his son finished eating that he asked their son to check on April and call for an ambulance. April's children are currently living with their grandmother, who reports that they are managing as best as they can, experiencing both difficult days and some slightly better ones. Jamie has expressed her gratitude to her social media followers for their support during this challenging time. Her struggle is far from over, as she is now working to upgrade the charges against Donovan from manslaughter to first-degree murder. With Donovan Holt awaiting trial, Jamie remains committed to seeking justice for her daughter. She insists that this case receives the attention it deserves until all facts and evidence are thoroughly examined. The crime against her daughter is fully understood. Her strength and relentless determination inspire those around her. Each day, more people are rallying to support Jamie, her grandchildren, including friends, acquaintances, and even strangers. On social media, in the news, and at public events, there is a growing conversation about the importance of speaking out and protecting loved ones. Jamie frequently shares her thoughts with her followers, emphasizing that her fight is not just for her daughter, but for everyone who has suffered from cruelty and injustice. She hopes her story will resonate with other families who have experienced loss, highlight the importance of perseverance. April, Jamie believes, lives on in the hearts of her children and everyone she inspired with her positivity. Now, Jamie embodies this fight and shines as a light that cannot be dimmed. The day will come when Jamie, knowing that justice has prevailed. With deep sorrow for her child, Jamie will say, "You are not only my beloved daughter, you are a symbol of strength, resilience, and love. Your memory will continue to inspire others."
The case of Natalie Henderson. In 2016, Natalie Henderson celebrated her 17th birthday. She lived in Roswell, while her friend Carter Davis, also 17, was from nearby Woodstock. Although they both attended high school, they attended different schools. For 3 years, Natalie was part of the custodial team at her school, motivated by her aspirations of becoming a lifeguard. Friends described Natalie as cheerful, outgoing, engaging, and confident. She was an active young woman who loved to sing and play the guitar, and she spent hundreds of hours volunteering to help animals. Carter Davis volunteered at a local animal shelter and was a member of both the football and lacrosse teams at his school. Coaches often praised his athletic abilities and encouraged him to play in college. With his energetic and cheerful personality, he was known for always smiling and encouraging his teammates, especially when they faced challenges. Both teenagers had promising futures ahead of them, but tragically, their lives came to an abrupt end one day. At around 6 a.m. on Monday, August 1st, 2016, a delivery driver arrived at a supermarket to unload his groceries. However, he noticed something unusual. To reach the unloading area, he had to go around 2 cars parked oddly in the square, which was strange, as there had never been any cars or strangers there before. As he approached, he saw 2 bodies lying motionless on the pavement, surrounded by blood. Panicked, he immediately called emergency services. When the police arrived, they quickly identified the victims as 17-year-old Natalie Henderson and her friend Carter Davis. Both had been shot in the head, and Natalie was found wearing nothing, raising suspicions that she may have been abused. The crime scene indicated a homicide, with no signs of a struggle or weapons nearby. It appeared that the young victims had been shot unexpectedly. The area was secured, and forensic experts began their investigation. The teens were due to return to school in just over a month. However, instead of focusing on their senior year, their parents had to prepare for their funerals. Both schools that Natalie and Carter attended announced a day of mourning and held a fundraiser to support their families. The news of their deaths shocked everyone who knew them, as well as the residents of this quiet town. Natalie and Carter were active, friendly young people who volunteered and participated in sports. They had no known enemies or critics. On the day the bodies were found, 2 candlelight vigils were held in loving memory of the deceased, with hopes that the police would quickly apprehend the person responsible for such a horrific act. In their grief, the city's residents were in a state of panic. They did not know what to think or whether a dangerous criminal could strike again. The media circulated rumors and inaccurate information from the police, which only added to the public's anxiety. The police concluded that Natalie and Carter had been in a secluded area behind the supermarket between 2 and 3 a.m., just hours before their bodies were discovered by a motorist. The condition of the bodies and initial signs from the autopsy supported this time frame. Their parents believed the young couple had been home and asleep, raising the question of why they were in that area so late at night. After interviewing Natalie and Carter's friends, the police learned that they had run away to meet each other. They had been in a relationship but kept it a secret because they feared their families would disapprove due to their young age. As a result, they would meet in isolated locations in the evenings and at night. A witness who had passed by the supermarket about 30 minutes before the bodies were found reported that he had not noticed anything unusual at the time. He did not provide specific details and admitted that he may have missed important information due to the darkness. To gather more information, he contacted the public. The most interesting point was the time between 2 and 3 in the morning, which could greatly assist the investigation. Surveillance camera footage from the crime scene was available, with several recordings made at the same time. The area is usually busy only during business hours, and there is very little activity at night. It was clear that the video cameras were essential for safety, as the isolated and dark street was an ideal location for crime. The police noted that the location could attract young people, and nearby 24-hour restaurants were also considered potential meeting places. Several popular establishments were in the vicinity, including a well-known steakhouse. The police requested footage from these restaurants and began analyzing the recordings. However, they were unable to find any teenagers in the footage from inside these establishments. This suggests that Natalie and Carter were not there to eat but simply to spend some private time together. They posed no threat to anyone and were in a secluded area. Therefore, they may have been victims of random violence or involved in something more sinister. The family stated that the victims had no legal problems and were not involved in any suspicious groups related to alcohol or illegal drugs. They were not engaged in any business activities, and Natalie even volunteered to help teenagers struggling with addiction. The police were certain that the victims were not killed elsewhere, as they found no evidence that they had been dragged or transported in a vehicle. Initially, the police focused on drugs as a possible motive. This idea gained public support because the abandoned area around the supermarket appeared to be a hotbed of illegal activity. However, after 2 days, this theory was dismissed. Surveillance footage from the supermarket helped police identify the killer, described as a thin man with long, unkempt hair. Unfortunately, the footage did not capture his face or license plate number. However, the police were able to identify the suspect before Natalie and Carter's funerals. Police investigated and found that the suspect had used Natalie's debit card at a store near her home and at a gas station. Surveillance cameras captured him, and his cell phone's geolocation data was examined. He was actually near the supermarket at the time of the double murder. Police identified and arrested the suspect, 20-year-old Jeffrey Hazelwood, just a few miles from the crime scene. Initially, police were unsure of Jeffrey's motives, but they believed he acted alone. Multiple government agencies, including the FBI, were involved in the investigation. At around 5 a.m., police arrested Jeffrey at a gas station without any resistance. At the time, Jeffrey lived with his maternal grandparents, who adopted him when he was very young. Little is known about him, making it important to understand what might have driven him to kill Natalie and Carter. He was found to be an active social media user, with police and psychologists noting signs of internal struggles in his posts. The evening before the double murder, he shared a captioned photo that read, "Always remember that you are unique, completely unique like everyone else." Some of his posts also contained darker themes and expressed thoughts of ending his life. Jeffrey's grandparents mentioned that he had been in legal trouble for years. A year earlier, he had been sent to a special academy for troubled youth due to his criminal activities. He was involved in a gang, and his grandparents reported that Jeffrey sometimes acted out to the point where they feared for their safety. Jeffrey's mother had separated from his biological father before he was born. During her pregnancy, she used illegal drugs, which negatively affected Jeffrey. From the beginning, she paid little attention to him and essentially abandoned him. As a result, he was sent to live with his grandparents, who lived near the site of the double murder. They were very religious and cared for Jeffrey as best they could, but he did not behave like a devoted grandson. Jeffrey's mother was ordered to pay $40 a week in child support, but she skipped the payments. This led her parents to take legal action, claiming that she owed over $12,000 in child support when Jeffrey was only 9 years old. Eventually, Jeffrey's mother began to care for her son and visited him twice a month. They attempted to set up a time to meet to help her learn how to care for a child, hoping to reunite and allow her to take on a more active parenting role in the future. However, according to Jeffrey's grandparents, he continued to have ongoing problems. In March 2011, Jeffrey failed to report to the police when he was under supervision. His maternal grandparents provided police with a note from Jeffrey stating that he planned to go into the wilderness to survive for a few days. However, he was carrying a 9mm pistol. After a few months, the police decided not to pursue the case further. Eventually, another family conflict arose. Jeffrey ran away again after several days of inappropriate behavior. After his arrest, he promised to behave, but a few months later, he was reported again for swinging a sword in his yard. When the police arrived, Jeffrey explained that he was practicing karate and was doing so outside behind a fence to avoid hurting anyone. However, his maternal grandparents told the police that Jeffrey was behaving inappropriately and posed a danger. Unfortunately, there was still no way to prove any malicious intent. In April 2013, Jeffrey's grandmother contacted the police again, reporting that about 6 weeks earlier, Jeffrey had threatened to blow up a building. Initially, the police did not take these threats seriously, but it soon became clear that the boy was preparing for something. Jeffrey's grandmother became suspicious when she discovered a sword and several knives on him. In February 2015, Jeffrey was charged with weapon theft. It is important to note that until the end, Jeffrey had not shown any aggression toward others and had not harmed his grandparents or strangers. Therefore, the violent actions that led to the deaths of Natalie and Carter shocked the boys' family. After the incident, one of Jeffrey's close friends spoke to the police, explaining that the boy was not a bad person by nature, but had struggled with mental illness for many years. These mental health issues contributed to the tragic attack on the loving couple. Although Jeffrey was generally a caring and loving person, he changed dramatically when he began hearing voices in his head. Jeffrey often shared his struggles with a close friend. His issues began in elementary school and led to behavioral problems in high school. It got so bad that he was homeschooled and barely attended school during those years. About 4 months before the shooting, Jeffrey received a diagnosis indicating that he suffered from schizophrenia and other mental health issues. Although he had been on medication for a while, he stopped shortly before the incident, believing that he was getting better and no longer needed help. Sadly, he lost control, leading to the shooting of a stranger. The police worked tirelessly for nearly 2 days to gather details about the horrific crime. Their efforts led to charges being filed, and the trial began just 1 day after Jeffrey was arrested. The results of the forensic examination shed more light on the massacre. Forensic experts found no traces of male fluids on Natalie's body, but some of the injuries raised concerns about possible abuse. Natalie was shot at close range, while Carter was shot at medium range on the left side of the head. The murder weapon was never found. Before the hearing, Jeffrey claimed that he was not involved in the massacre, but was merely a witness. He stated that he did not see the attacker, but observed the events as they occurred. He mentioned that the girl was worth nothing when she got out of the car and that the attacker then killed them. After the shooting, the attacker took valuables from the car and the girl's purse. However, Jeffrey's testimony did not match the evidence, as surveillance camera footage revealed the actual details of the crime. Later, during a second interview, Jeffrey changed his story. He claimed that a stranger behind the supermarket was responsible. He alleged that this stranger threatened Natalie and Carter with a weapon and forced them out of the car. Jeffrey stated that he had a brief conversation with Carter before the shooting began. He claimed that the girl exited the car at the attacker's request, who then assaulted her on the hood before shooting her. However, this version was also deemed implausible, as police knew that no one else was involved. It was all Jeffrey himself, as shown in the video. During a third interview, Jeffrey confessed to the truth of the events. He admitted to committing all the crimes he had previously mentioned. New information came to light, indicating that he forced the couple out of the car while they were partially undressed. He shot Carter first, then forced Natalie to remove her shirt and underwear. He abused her on the hood of his car before killing her. According to him, he killed Carter first because he thought the young man was strong and capable of defending himself. It is unclear why Jeffrey committed the crime. He stated that he had moved out of his grandparents' house a few days earlier after being expelled from school due to his erratic behavior. He took his belongings, including the clothes he wore during the murder, which were later found hidden at his girlfriend's house, where he had been staying before the incident. Jeffrey's diary contained disturbing entries, including frightening thoughts about killing. His grandparents expressed fear for him. Just before the tragedy, he had mentioned end-life thoughts and a desire to harm others. Based on the evidence gathered, the prosecutor's office filed 12 charges against Jeffrey, including aggravated double murder, abuse, burglary, and illegal possession of a weapon. During the trial, Jeffrey appeared disheveled and unwell. His long hair partially obscured his face, and bystanders observed him mumbling to himself. His behavior became increasingly erratic, with footage showing him fondling an imaginary object on his leg. After a preliminary hearing, Jeffrey was denied bail. His attorney described him as extremely frightened and said he did not fully understand what was happening. The attorney, who took on the case pro bono, believes that everyone deserves legal representation. The defense focused primarily on Jeffrey's mental health, as independent experts had diagnosed him with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. The preliminary hearing was originally scheduled for September 9th, but was postponed to October 28th. The prosecutor's office intends to pursue the death penalty for the double murder. When Jeffrey appeared in court, he reported that he had not been given his psychiatric medication while in prison. He claimed that he had repeatedly contacted the medical team for medication but had been ignored. The hearing was adjourned again, this time to February of the following year. While Jeffrey appeared unwell during the preliminary hearing, he told the jury otherwise. Jeffrey had been hearing voices for a long time. Some of these voices sounded like demons, while others sounded like friends. He believed he was receiving messages from God through the television and felt as though he was being watched through the walls. He was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a mental illness that includes symptoms of both schizophrenia and mood disorders, and usually appears during adolescence. Jeffrey also had a long history of mental health problems. In 2001, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. He struggled with anger management, which led to multiple hospitalizations in 2012 and 2013. With the help of appropriate medication, Jeffrey was able to appear in court and eventually grasp the proceedings. His doctor testified in court that Jeffrey experienced voices, hallucinations, and paranoia. Given the circumstances, Jeffrey pleaded guilty by reason of insanity, arguing that he was not in control of his actions when he attacked the two young men. The parents of the victims shared that even in their short lives, Natalie and Carter made a significant impact by dedicating their time to helping others, in stark contrast to their killer. While in prison awaiting trial, Jeffrey attempted to write letters of apology to the victims' families several times. However, he was only able to do so after his health improved with medication. The jury ultimately found him guilty, and Jeffrey Haywood received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The case of Rachel Maidens. Rachel Maidens and Randy live in a large mansion. The 600-acre estate is located in one of the most affluent and respected areas of the city. Their home is like a fortress, providing a safe environment for both family life and business. Rachel Maidens, a successful orthodontist, owns a private practice in the city's downtown area. She is known for her beauty, being a natural blonde, and is a devoted mother to her daughter Natalie, who attends a private Catholic school. After completing her undergraduate degree, Rachel went on to dental school in Florida. Throughout her studies, she received numerous accolades for her accomplishments, including a prestigious scholarship. She completed her residency at Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C., marking the culmination of her education. Despite her young age, Rachel's thriving career has allowed her to establish her own practice, publish articles in peer-reviewed journals, and speak regularly at conferences. Not everything in Rachel's life has been a success. During her college years, her father was arrested for selling illegal banned substance. Despite being a respected pharmacist, he became involved in the sale of prescription drugs. Faced with the shame of his arrest, and before an investigation could be launched, he tragically chose to take his own life just 2 days later. The family's ordeal did not end there. The police continued their investigation, which resulted in the freezing of bank accounts belonging to Rachel, her mother, and her brother. This investigation dragged on for years, culminating in Rachel's mother being ordered to pay a $15,000 fine, marking a dark period in Rachel's life. Many friends and family members noted that these events had a significant negative impact on her emotional health. Despite these challenges, Rachel did not let them stop her from pursuing career success. She faced these difficulties with resilience, continuing to strive for personal and professional growth. Determined to excel in her field, Rachel overcame her family's financial crisis, dealt with the tragic loss of her father, and ultimately regained control of her life. Her husband, Randy Maidens, grew up in Georgia. After completing his education, he attended Georgia Tech and eventually became a well-paid pharmaceutical sales manager. However, he lost his job. Randy began struggling with alcoholism, and Rachel suspected that he was also using various illegal substances, which made the situation worse. During this time, multiple witnesses saw Randy enter a restaurant in an intoxicated state, disturbing both customers and employees. One employee felt the need to call 911. The employee recognized him as Randy Maidens, as he frequently visited the restaurant with his wife. Minutes after the first call, she called 911 again to express her growing concern. She mentioned that Randy had accidentally dropped several disturbing items from his pocket, including a shotgun shell casing and a large bottle that looked like a painkiller, such as Tylenol, prompting the police to rush to the scene. Randy attempted to leave the restaurant, but the staff convinced him to stay. When the police arrived, they noticed that he was acting strangely, although they could not determine whether he was simply drunk or under the influence of something stronger. Randy appeared concerned and tried to explain that his wife needed him to go home. When the restaurant staff offered to call his wife, he refused to provide her phone number. He then attempted to get into his car, but the police stopped him. They searched his vehicle and discovered a handgun in the back seat. Despite the unusual circumstances, he was not arrested. Several witnesses noted that someone had helped him into his car that night, preventing him from driving while intoxicated. On the evening of April 21, 2013, Elizabeth Frisbee, Rachel's mother, called the Brentwood Police Department, asking them to check on her daughter's home. Elizabeth had been trying to contact Rachel for a long time, but when she called, Randy answered and refused to let her speak to her daughter. Frustrated, the mother threatened to call the police. The police quickly arrived at Rachel's house and found that all the blinds were drawn, making it impossible to see inside. No one answered when they knocked, but they discovered the garage door open, allowing them to enter the house. They called for Rachel and Randy, but neither was present. They were surprised to hear screams coming from the second floor. A 2-year-old girl named Natalie was crying there. While checking the second floor, a police officer entered the hallway leading to the master bedroom. The scene was tragic. Rachel had been murdered. Randy quickly became the prime suspect and was placed on the search list. To prevent him from escaping, helicopters and special forces were dispatched to the area. The upscale neighborhood resembled a scene from a Hollywood movie as the police teamed up with Rachel's neighbors to track down Randy. Police informed Rachel's relatives, who picked up her daughter, Natalie. Randy was considered particularly dangerous due to his recent erratic behavior, and it was believed he was still armed, which led to heightened alerts. Neighbors reported witnessing him behaving inappropriately on several occasions. A note was found on the kitchen table. In it, Randy sincerely apologized to his daughter and expressed his deep love for her. He mentioned that he had to run away because of a terrible act he had committed, although he did not explain what that act was. Randy expressed his gratitude to his wife's relatives for the years they had shared. He revealed that he could no longer bear the daily humiliation he faced from his wife. For 6 years, he had felt emotionally tormented every evening. That night, his wife began to provoke him again, pushing him over the edge. Randy, a loving father, wanted to protect his daughter, Natalie. He also stated that he wished to give custody to Rachel's relatives. When the police examined the note, Randy was still missing. Some experts believe the letter could be both a confession and a final goodbye, complicating the search by raising the possibility that he may have died. Interestingly, a car belonging to Randy was found in the private driveway of the mansion. Inside the trunk, police discovered $87,000 in cash packed in a large bag. Additionally, about $10,000 more was uncovered through phone records. Police learned that on the night of the murder, Randy had called his lawyer. It seems his original plan was to kill his wife and escape with the money to start over. However, something went wrong. Why didn't he take his car? What stopped him? Police began to suspect that this might have been related to calls from Rachel's mother, Elizabeth. She contacted the police, which could have thwarted Randy's plans. The police were surprised that the search for Randy did not last long. Just 12 hours after it began, he walked out of the woods behind his house with his hands up and surrendered to the police without a fight. He immediately blamed his wife and the pressure he felt from her behavior. He defended himself by stating that he was Rachel's third husband, as the previous two could not tolerate her constant nagging. However, this did not excuse the 10 shots he fired into her back. Following his wife's murder, it was discovered that he had recently faced several legal issues due to minor offenses. A few months before the tragic incident, Randy was stopped by the police for driving under the influence, but he refused to take a breathalyzer test. By law, this refusal is considered an admission of drunk driving. He subsequently caused a drunk driving accident, crashing into a substation and cutting off power to nearly 200 homes for hours. In the weeks before Rachel was murdered, a neighbor spotted a man wearing a ski mask running through the woods with 2 dogs, near the area where Randy later surrendered to the police. When the neighbor approached the man, she recognized him as Randy. After speaking to him, she quickly realized he appeared to be very intoxicated or possibly under the influence of banned substance. Randy claimed he was walking his dog and got lost. The neighbor noticed he had something like a bow and arrow in his backpack, which made her feel unsafe, so she left. Randy had been seen engaging in similar behavior on several occasions, causing concern among residents, particularly those living near Randy's family, who feared for their safety. In January 2013, at a work conference in Orlando, which he attended with Rachel, Randy went to a bar one evening and became intoxicated. When the staff asked him to leave, he responded by smashing dishes and swearing. Several witnesses reported hearing him threaten to kill his wife during this outburst. Several customers tried to help by escorting him out, but he started fighting again, prompting them to call the police. He was eventually arrested for disorderly conduct and public intoxication, but was released the following day. The pharmaceutical company he worked for was very concerned about its reputation after this incident. One of his co-workers, who wished to remain anonymous, suggested that he take a medical leave of absence, but Randy ignored the advice and returned to work after 3 days. As a result, he was fired. During the investigation, the police worked extensively with Randy's colleagues. According to them, Randy's behavior began to change dramatically a few months before Rachel was murdered. Although he never explained the reason for this change, he often complained about his wife and blamed her for his problems. However, those around him found it hard to believe that his wife could push him to such extremes, as Rachel always appeared sweet and calm. At the time of the murder, Randy's ex-girlfriend was trying to reconnect with him. They had dated in high school, but had drifted apart over time. Now divorced and reminiscing about their past, she wanted to rekindle their relationship as adults. She was aware of the family problems Randy was facing and believed that his situation would eventually lead to divorce. Randy's ex-girlfriend was surprised by the recent events in his life and felt she could help him get back on track. Having known him for over 10 years, they had maintained a friendship throughout that time. She saw Randy as a caring and intelligent man who valued his family and loved his daughter. However, she also knew about the more troubled aspects of his life. She was aware that he had endured a difficult childhood, living with an alcoholic father who abused him and had a strained relationship with his mother. These circumstances contributed to his reluctance to leave his daughter Natalie in the care of relatives. Randy's ex-girlfriend suspected that his marital problems and challenging childhood had affected him, leading to his need for support. Co-workers at the company where Randy worked noted that they had known about his struggles with substance abuse long before the incident. Both co-workers and management reported that he openly acknowledged his struggle with addiction. Although he was believed to have overcome these challenges in the years leading up to the attack, he eventually relapsed. What caused Randy's shocking behavior that led to his wife's murder? Shortly after his arrest, Randy was charged with first-degree murder. He also faced charges of endangering the life of a child. Additionally, he was charged with tampering with evidence for attempting to remove bloodstains and hide the blanket he used. Police believe he was attempting to destroy evidence of the crime and intended to flee. Randy was initially released on a $25 million bail while awaiting trial. His attorney sought to have his bail lowered and to ensure he was released on house arrest, arguing that Randy was a victim of his wife's control. The attorney pointed out that although a significant amount of cash was found in Randy's car, there was no evidence, such as documents or cards, indicating that he was planning to leave the city. The defense claimed that Randy had multiple opportunities to escape, but chose not to. However, the prosecutor's office disagreed. They had a witness who initially claimed to have heard Randy discuss plans to flee to Mexico, but this testimony was later proven false. Meanwhile, Rachel's mother filed a civil lawsuit against Randy to block him from accessing joint accounts and assets with his wife. She feared that Randy might evade justice by bribing officials with family assets. Despite the challenges, the situation eventually turned in Randy's favor. The attorney successfully negotiated a significant reduction in bail to $750,000, which Randy promptly paid. He would remain free for at least another year and a half while he awaited further hearings, with a trial set for September 2014. Surprisingly, the judge allowed him to continue living in the house where Rachel was murdered. However, this arrangement came with complications. He had to comply with bail conditions that required him to notify the police at least 24 hours before entering the house. Additionally, he was required to have an attorney with him at all times and wear a GPS tracking bracelet on his ankle. He was also prohibited from contacting his daughter and Rachel's family. Meanwhile, Rachel's mother continued her legal battle while awaiting a decision on her civil lawsuit. She eventually obtained a court order freezing the couple's assets. Despite this, Randy entered the home and took her belongings, leading to a new charge of contempt of court. However, thanks to the efforts of his attorney, the charge was dismissed. During the investigation, it was discovered that Randy had not simply fled into the woods after the murder. Several neighbors reported that the morning after the incident, they found evidence of attempts to break into their homes through both the garage door and the front door. Police reviewed surveillance video from a nearby club and confirmed that Randy was the one trying to approach the neighbors. He posed a significant threat, but he denied the allegations. Over time, the situation was de-escalated. Judges who allowed Randy, who was clearly out of control, to remain free for a year and a half faced criticism. During this time, he lived in an apartment complex in Bellevue, a suburb of Nashville. A resident reported an incident involving Randy, who attempted to enter the building by knocking on the door and pretending to be a police officer. The resident refused to open the door but heard Randy attempting to enter other apartments. Concerned, he called the police. When they arrived, they found Randy extremely intoxicated. The next day, the judge revoked his bail. Incredibly, Randy's erratic and intoxicated behavior continued both before and after the murder of his wife. The fear that Randy's neighbors felt over the past year, especially when they learned that he had been released on bail and would be living next door to them in his family's mansion, was palpable. It seemed as though justice would soon be served, as his crimes were punishable by death under Tenos law. However, his skilled defense attorney had a strategic plan. On September 29, 2014, Randy reached a plea deal with the prosecution, pleading guilty to second-degree murder and child neglect. As a result, he was sentenced to just 25 years in prison, less than half of the maximum sentence of 60 years for those charges. In addition, his attorney managed to secure the possibility of parole, which could be granted if he demonstrated good behavior in prison. Since Randy was 42 at the time of his sentencing, he was likely to be released around the age of 60. During the trial, Randy Maidens expressed his remorse to Rachel's family, stating that he had promised to love and cherish everyone, but had betrayed that promise. He felt he would have to live with this pain forever, and he believed there was no prison worse than the one he had brought upon himself. Randy also sincerely apologized to all of Rachel's family and friends for the pain and suffering he had caused them. Rachel's mother felt deeply offended by the court's decision. She appealed to the High Court several times to review the sentence and impose a harsher penalty, but her efforts were unsuccessful. Rachel's family was shocked by the decisions made during the investigation and trial. Her mother and brother spoke out in the media to express their displeasure, emphasizing their sadness over Rachel's tragic and brutal death as a beautiful, successful woman. They protested the seemingly unreasonable decisions of the justice system, which appeared to favor the criminal. Randy had never been charged with contempt of court, tampering with evidence, or previous offenses such as drunk driving. In response to the family's statements, Randy's attorney expressed his client's sincere regret and condolences. However, Rachel's mother felt that these words were insincere and did not comfort her or bring Rachel back. Their daughter, Natalie, will inherit her parents' fortune when she comes of age. The case of Maribel Ramos. California is one of the most prominent states in the United States, known for its warm climate, beautiful beaches, and world-class entertainment industry. Many come to California with hopes of building a better life. However, not everyone achieves their dreams. For some, California can be a land of promise, but for others, it presents harsh challenges. Maribel Ramos had a long-term goal of entering law enforcement. However, she needed to obtain a higher education, and to afford that, she joined the military. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq and planned to graduate from California State University, Fullerton, with a degree in criminal justice. A veteran of the U.S. Army, she had served for 8 years and was looking forward to returning to civilian life. Maribel knew her goals and was determined to achieve them. After her military service, she shifted her focus to new opportunities, including her desire to enroll at a university in California, Orange, California, where she lived until her mother's passing in 2009. Then, Maribel reached out to her sister, Lucy, asking if she could move in with her. Lucy declined, explaining that she and her daughter were settled in a different location, but she would consider moving in with Maribel if she was unable to find a roommate. To find a roommate, Maribel placed an advertisement and soon received several responses. One inquiry stood out, a man named Kwang Choi Joy, who described himself as seeking a place to stay while job hunting. After meeting Kwang, both Maribel and Lucy found him to be calm and educated. He mentioned to the sisters that he had never been married and had no children. After Kwang moved in with Maribel, it quickly became evident that he was quite isolated. He spent a lot of time alone at home and rarely ventured outside. To help him connect, Maribel started inviting Kwong to family gatherings, dinners, games, and parties, where he met many of her relatives. Over time, Maribel began to change her routine and started participating in a weekly softball game, which was unusual for her. On May 2013, she disappeared when she failed to show up for a scheduled event. Maribel's family and friends made several attempts to reach her, but none were successful. They checked her apartment but found no sign of her. Concerned, they reported her missing, prompting the authorities to launch an investigation. Police officers visited Maribel's apartment but received no response after knocking on the door. Everything outside seemed normal, with no signs of trouble. There were no broken windows or indications of a break-in. As a result, the officers decided to enter the apartment to search for Maribel. There were no indications of a crime at Maribel's home. A search revealed that she was not packing for a trip. All her clothes were neatly in place, except for her mobile phone, wallet, and identification. Since Maribel's car was parked outside, investigators had their suspicions. Maribel was not the kind of person to vanish without a trace, which raised concerns that she might be in danger. When investigators arrived, Kwong Choi-joy unexpectedly approached them. He mentioned that he had last seen Maribel the previous night around 10 p.m. when he returned from a walk. In the video from the surveillance camera that evening at 8:15 p.m., Maribel had received a check for her apartment, which was the last time she was seen in public. She calmly accepted the envelope and left, showing no signs of fear or urgency. At that time, Maribel's family turned to social media for assistance. They shared a photo of Maribel online, asking anyone with information about her to reach out. They aimed to engage as many people as possible in the search. Meanwhile, investigators attempted to track Maribel's mobile phone, but it had been turned off. During their investigation, the police learned that Maribel had recently started dating a man named Paul Lopez. He was the last person to speak with her on the phone the day before she went missing. As a result, the police asked Paul to come to the station for questioning. Paul appeared confident and explained that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship. He also mentioned that he was dating other women. When asked if Maribel was seeing anyone else, Paul said he had not inquired about that. He confirmed that he spoke with Maribel on Thursday evening and noted that he was working a shift from 4 p.m. until midnight that day, so they did not meet in person. Investigators observed that while he was cooperative, there was no assurance that he was being truthful. However, Paul's truck had a GPS tracker, allowing officers to monitor his movements that night. The data revealed that Paul was not near Maribel's home. Paul mentioned Maribel's roommate Kwong, noting that their relationship had recently deteriorated. He recounted that Maribel often complained about Kwong's inability to pay rent on time. During a conversation, Paul overheard Maribel tell Kwong that she wanted him to move out the next day. In a speakerphone call, Paul warned Kwong that he would be kicked out if he didn't leave as instructed. Paul offered to help Maribel and said he would come over if she needed assistance, but she declined, stating it wasn't necessary. This was their final conversation. After the conflict between Maribel and Kwong became known, investigators learned that Kwong, who was 54 years old, had moved to the United States from South Korea as a teenager. He had no significant criminal record, and there was nothing indicating any illegal activities in his past. However, further investigation uncovered a history of anger issues. Kwong's sister had once filed a complaint against him due to his volatile temper. While examining his social media, investigators noted that Kwong and Maribel Ramos appeared to share a close bond. Nevertheless, when they spoke with Maribel's family, they learned that her relationship with Kwong was not as ideal as it seemed in their social media photos. It appeared that although they shared a friendly relationship, Kwong desired something deeper. In the summer of 2012, Lucy received a call from Kwong, who admitted that he was in love with Maribel and was trying to find her because of this. Lucy later informed Maribel about the conversation and urged her to promptly reject Kwong's feelings before things escalated. Maribel then spoke with Kwong, making it clear that she did not have romantic feelings for him. At first, Kwang seemed to handle the rejection well. However, as time passed, he began taking extreme actions to win Maribel over. He changed his wardrobe, got a tattoo, and spent over $10,000 on plastic surgery to appear younger. Police discovered alarming evidence, a frantic phone call from Maribel to them just 12 days before she went missing. In the call, Maribel expressed that she felt unsafe around her roommate. To understand the relationship between Maribel and Kwang, investigators brought him in for questioning. He appeared calm and friendly, expressing concern over her disappearance. Kwang claimed they had been roommates for about a year and a half, sharing enjoyable experiences like cruises, dancing, and parties. However, investigators suspected that the reality was not as ideal as Kwang portrayed it, and pressed him to explain Maribel's 911 call. Kwang mentioned that he and Maribel went to karaoke that night and ended up arguing. He noted that Maribel's behavior when drinking alcohol could be either very friendly or aggressive. When detectives asked about the argument, Kwang mentioned that it occurred on Thursday evening and was about the rent. He believed the detectives should investigate further, since he last saw Maribel at 9 p.m. when he took a drive to cool off after their disagreement. When he returned, she was missing, and he thought someone might have taken her away, because her car was still in its place. Although Kwang's account seemed believable, some aspects of his appearance raised suspicions. He claimed he had scratched himself on bushes while walking in the park, which seemed odd. At this stage of the investigation, there was no evidence that Kwang was involved in Maribel's disappearance. As days passed, the search for Maribel became increasingly difficult, and the likelihood of finding her alive decreased. To uncover new evidence, detectives decided to involve forensic experts to thoroughly examine Maribel's home, hoping they would find clues that were previously overlooked. During this time, Kwang cooperated with the police, allowing them to search his rented car without a warrant, including a detailed inspection by a police dog trained to detect human remains. However, the dog did not find any traces in the house or the vehicles. Meanwhile, a few days after Maribel's disappearance, Kwang expressed his feelings of missing his friend on forums dedicated to the case. Despite his attempts to portray himself as a grieving roommate, Kwang began to distance himself from Maribel's family, whom he had previously considered friends. He also declined to participate in most vigils and searches for her. This behavior raised red flags for investigators, who hoped he would slip up and reveal information about Maribel. Kwang visited a public library to use the internet since he had given his phone and laptop to the police. Detectives requested surveillance footage, which showed nothing unusual. He used the laptop for about 2 hours before returning it. They were eager to check the browser history on the laptop, but it had been cleared to protect users' privacy after it was returned, adding to the police's frustrations as they continued their efforts to find Maribel. Maribel's family were devastated when Maribel went missing, and no one knew where she had gone or what had happened to her. In their desperation, her family put up flyers throughout the city, hoping someone might have seen her or have information about her whereabouts. However, this effort was not enough. Realizing they needed to reach a wider audience, they created a social media account to share Maribel's situation and ask for help from anyone who might know something about Maribel. For 2 weeks, the police had no leads on her disappearance. Then, an unexpected development occurred. Maribel's family announced on social media that they would organize a walk and search for her in Modjeska Canyon. At that time, detectives discovered that Kwang had returned the rented car, which raised their suspicions. They decided to search the car again. During the first search, the police dog did not detect any scent, but this time it quickly reacted to a smell coming from the trunk. While this evidence was not enough to make an arrest, it indicated to the detectives that they were on the right track. When Kwang went to the library to use the laptop again, he saw on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and search event in Modjeska Canyon. Unbeknownst to him, The police had obtained a warrant that allowed them to remotely access the laptop he was using. Detectives were able to see his search history, which included queries about how long it takes for a human body to decompose. He also looked up the location in the canyon where Maribel's family planned to gather for the search. After searching on Google Maps, he zoomed in and out of the area, which was 10 miles away from Modjeska Canyon. The officers following his actions were shocked. It became clear that Kwong had inadvertently revealed to them the location where he had hidden Maribel's body. Investigators quickly arrived at a remote area with no nearby houses. After searching for 30 minutes, they discovered a shallow grave. While they suspected the remains belonged to Maribel, they needed forensic confirmation before arresting Kwong. Forensic experts confirmed the victim's identity using dental records. The remains were indeed those of Maribel Ramos. Due to various animals in the environment, determining the exact cause of death was not possible. When Kwong noticed the approaching officers, he attempted to escape by jumping out of a window, but was apprehended and taken to the police station. He continued to deny any involvement in Maribel's disappearance, unaware that the police had already identified her remains. Kwong was charged with multiple offenses. Maribel's family continued to cherish her memory, yet it became clear that the circumstances surrounding her death were too uncertain to reach a conclusion. Authorities could only speculate on how she might have died at Kwong's hands. Prosecutors claimed that Kwong was in love with Maribel, while she did not reciprocate his feelings. Given Maribel's combat training, which could have allowed her to easily overpower Kwong in a fair fight, it was assumed he must have set up an attack. Investigators believed he entered her room during the night and suffocated her while she slept. He then reportedly placed her body in the trunk of his rented car and drove to a secluded spot where he had to crawl under a taut wire. Although there was a possibility that he moved Maribel's body multiple times, there was no evidence to support that theory. Additionally, very little forensic evidence connected Kwong to the crime. In court, Kwong did not plead guilty. He expressed that he would not apologize for something he insisted he did not do. He stated that he had never searched for the grave's location in the canyon and suggested that someone was framing him. He claimed he had nothing to contribute and maintained that he was not involved in Maribel's death. Kwong proposed that Maribel might have died from an illness after years of struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder and feelings of paranoia. The prosecutors acknowledged that the case was largely circumstantial, highlighting that key evidence included a library search that focused on the specific area where Maribel's body was discovered. He was held in the Orange County Jail on a $1 million bail. In July 2014, the court found Kwong Choi-joy guilty of murdering Maribel Ramos. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He continues to maintain his innocence. The case of Stodd family. In June 2013, the staff at a medical center in Springfield, Missouri, faced a challenging situation when they admitted 24-year-old Sarah Stodd. She was in critical condition, losing consciousness and crying out in pain when she regained awareness. Doctors discovered she had a brain hemorrhage and kidney failure, causing her organs to function erratically. They struggled to understand her rapidly deteriorating state. The fight for Sarah's life lasted several days until they received an anonymous tip. The caller revealed that the Stodd family had been plagued by mysterious illnesses for a year, which had already claimed the lives of Sarah's father, Mark, and her brother, Sean. Both had died without receiving medical care, and now it seemed Sarah was next. Fortunately, she was admitted to the medical center, giving her a chance at survival. The police began investigating the unusual illnesses affecting the Stodd family, suspecting it was not just a coincidence. The family comprised 6 members, Mark, Diane, and their children Sean and 3 daughters Sarah, Rachel, and the 9-year-old girl. Mark Stodd, born in St. Louis in 1951, he met Diane while studying in Texas. Despite their differences, they quickly found common interests and began dating. Mark was optimistic and artistic, performing in a band, while Diane was more reserved and introverted. Their relationship progressed rapidly, leading to an unplanned pregnancy, after which they decided to marry. Following the birth of Sean, Diane pursued her education, graduated from nursing school, and began working in a hospital's cardiology department. In contrast, Mark became a stay-at-home dad, managing household responsibilities and caring for the children. It appeared that Diane prioritized her career, striving to provide for the family. To seek better job opportunities, they relocated to Springfield, Missouri, a tranquil town ideal for raising children. This town was also Diane's hometown, conservative and religious, making her feel safe and secure. In the years that followed, they welcomed 3 daughters. To outsiders, they appeared to be the ideal family, but behind the appearance, they faced significant challenges. Sean, their son, struggled with health issues from a young age and was diagnosed with autism during his school years, which required special support. Despite the father's efforts, the daughters also experienced learning difficulties in school, particularly Sarah. The family's biggest challenge was financial. They simply did not have enough money to support their growing household. One income was insufficient to meet their needs, and they needed to find a new home because their current one lacked space. Mark occasionally helped the family's finances by taking on odd jobs, such as bartending. However, he primarily focused on caring for the children. In his free time, he pursued his passion for music, writing songs, and playing various instruments. He eventually began performing with a musical group, which generated some income, but it was still not enough for their large family. Despite their struggles, they seemed prepared to face their challenges together until April 8, 2012, the day after Mark's birthday. In the family home lay the lifeless body of Mark. His wife reported that he had died from a mysterious illness resembling the flu, which progressed rapidly. She stayed by his side to comfort him, but despite her efforts, Mark's condition worsened significantly. His body even appeared unusual, with his skin taking on a yellowish tint. Diane mentioned that on the day Mark died, he experienced a seizure, something he had never had before. She attributed this to his age. When the seizure occurred, she wanted to take Mark to the hospital, but he insisted that he wanted to stay home and rest. Despite his wishes, she began preparing to leave. By the time she was ready, she found him unresponsive. 45 minutes after the seizure, she called emergency services. Upon a quick examination, nothing seemed suspicious, and the death certificate attributed his passing to natural causes related to his age. During this time, their son Sean was very concerned about his father's health. He documented all of Mark's symptoms on social media and questioned the natural causes of his death. Diane requested that her husband be cremated, and his ashes were scattered over a local lake near the church. Mark's death shocked everyone. He was a strong, healthy, making his sudden passing all the more puzzling. 5 months later, on September 2012, the police were called to another home for similar reasons. This larger house was more suitable for the family. Diane lived there with her children after selling their previous home and receiving an insurance payout following her husband's death. On that day, Diane found her 26-year-old son, Sean, dead in his room. His death mirrored the flu that had claimed his father's life. After her husband's passing, Diane became more proactive and took Sean to the doctor when he started showing symptoms. However, the doctors found nothing alarming, only a water imbalance. Despite Sean's worsening condition, Diane stopped taking him to the doctor, claiming he refused medical help and felt uncomfortable, which she attributed to his autism. The night before he died, Sean seemed to improve, leading Diane to believe that his mysterious illness was fading. She went to church with her daughters to pray for him. When they returned, they found Sean unresponsive, having apparently tried to get out of bed and fallen, leaving a pool of blood on the floor. His sudden death shocked everyone. Sean worked at a center for people with disabilities and was known for his positive and friendly nature. Like his father, Sean was cremated, and his ashes were scattered over a lake. About 9 months later, in June 2013, Sarah, the eldest daughter of the family, was hospitalized with symptoms similar to those that had caused the deaths of her brother and father. The police arrived at the hospital 2 days after Sarah was admitted in critical condition. While doctors were doing everything they could to save her, they could not provide the police with any specific information. They were still trying to identify the cause of her unusual illness, which resembled the flu, but it was concerning that both her kidneys and brain had failed. The medical staff conducted several tests, and there was an unspoken fear that Sarah might have been poisoned. The police were contacted by an anonymous caller from the church that the Stott family attended, where Diane had played the organ for many years. The pastor suspected that these events were not mere coincidences and feared that there was a murderer at work, so he decided to call the police. He shared his concerns that Mark's death and Sarah's worsening condition might be connected. The pastor found Mark's death particularly suspicious, noting that he had been healthy right before he died under similar circumstances. He was beginning to suspect Diane's involvement in these tragic incidents. During this time, Diane claimed that her daughter was simply ill while she acted like a grieving widow, a mother mourning loved ones who were dying under mysterious circumstances. This behavior helped her gain significant support from the religious community. However, the pastor suspected that Diane was deliberately maintaining this facade to avoid uncomfortable questions. When Diane last visited her daughter in the hospital, her behavior changed dramatically. The nurses noted that she was in a good mood. She joked and talked more about an upcoming trip to Florida than about her daughter's serious health issues, despite the doctor's alarming prognosis. They were uncertain if the girl would survive this mysterious illness. The mother's apparent indifference only heightened the authorities' suspicions against her. Diane was invited to voluntarily come to the police station for a discussion. On June 20th, 2013, she arrived at the police department. By then, Sarah's condition had stabilized somewhat, but none of the medical tests revealed any toxins in her body. It appeared that any harmful substances had been completely processed and left no trace. The detectives knew they had to be very careful when speaking with a potential poisoner. Meanwhile, they couldn't perform many tests on Sarah due to her worsening condition. They continued to hope that Sarah would recover and provide information for the investigation. The detectives aimed to understand the events leading up to the victims' illnesses and gather clues about the causes of their deteriorating health. The situation was similar to what had happened with Sean. On that tragic day, Diane had gone to church with her other daughters, and upon returning home, she noticed that her eldest daughter, Sarah, was very ill. Prior to this, Sarah had been experiencing mild symptoms similar to those of her brother and father, so Diane did not panic initially. Diane believed they would be able to help Sarah when she returned home, and she eventually sent Sarah to the hospital. The first thing Diane questioned was whether her daughter had attempted to end her own life. Sarah had bipolar disorder, which meant she might have harmed herself. Diane reviewed all the medications available to her daughter and insisted that Sarah had tried to end her life multiple times in the past. It seemed as if Diane was desperately trying to persuade the police to believe her perspective. The officers did not inform Diane that they were also investigating the deaths of Mark and Sean, as they wanted to avoid alarming a potential suspect. During this time, Diane acted unusually. When responding to questions, she mentioned that Sarah had been a difficult child, was struggling to find work, and was not doing well in school, all while tuition bills were piling up. This seemed like an attempt to justify her actions, which felt out of place given that her daughter was fighting for her life in the hospital. Additionally, Diane expressed resentment toward her husband, who rarely worked and spent his free time on leisure activities. The detectives simply listened as she continued to share her thoughts and feelings. Diane acknowledged that she had always viewed Sarah as a problem because of her bipolar disorder. Despite this, Sarah continued to live with the family and had no intention of moving out. Diane revealed that for a long time, she even wished that Sarah would end her own life. Diane insisted multiple times that she did not harm her loved ones. Eventually, she made an unexpected confession to the detectives. She stated that her husband and children had been drinking antifreeze. This revelation was significant because antifreeze poisoning is very dangerous, and its symptoms can mimic those of various other chemicals, making it hard to identify. It leads to a slow and painful death. Diane confessed that she had even drunk antifreeze herself, having seen her family engage in it for some unknown reason. Of course, the detectives did not believe these absurd stories. Suspicions quickly started to be confirmed when they checked her browser search history. It turned out that well before Mark's death, she had begun searching for information on the signs and methods of poisoning, including antifreeze. She was clearly selecting the most effective and discreet means for murder, considering various medications, minerals, and essential oils that have a suppressive impact on the body. Several search queries were very provocative, for example, how to kill your husband, or how people with bipolar disorder commit and one's own life. This indicated premeditated murder long before Mark died. When asked about all this during a follow-up meeting, Diane denied any guilt. She admitted that her husband's death did not happen as originally claimed. When the seizure occurred, she was sure that Mark would not be saved. According to Diane, she did this because she hated her husband. Everyone described the man as very good-natured. Probably, hatred stemmed from the couple's approach to the family budget. Diane simply could no longer handle the burdens at work, but she could never wait for her husband's help. She felt the same kind of hatred toward her son Sean. She could not bear to look at him. Sean was just seeking understanding and warmth from his mother, but instead, she just threw him out of the room. Every time Sean came in, he sensed that something was off, especially when he investigated his father's illness. When Mark died, she realized that she could no longer tolerate her ailing son, so she began to treat him badly every day. Diane claimed that it took only a couple of days for his body to succumb, but that was a lie. The boy was agonizingly dying for more than a week before he finally left this world. Now her attention and dissatisfaction focused on her eldest daughter, whom Diane considered the main problem in the family. Sarah was spending too much money on her education, but it was doomed to fail due to her lack of talent. Sarah dreamed of becoming a French translator, took out a student loan, and soon after graduating from college, she had to start repaying it, but there were no job prospects for Sarah, and her mother refused to pay her debts. Diane hated Sarah for not being able to find a job and solve her financial problems. For days before Sarah ended up in the hospital, her mother started adding antifreeze to her food. In the police station, Diane confessed that she sent her daughter to the hospital so quickly because she could no longer bear what was happening in her suffering. Naturally, Diane felt no pity. In reality, she had been preparing drinks in advance that were almost half antifreeze. Diane had stashed bottles of cola that could kill up to 30 people at once, according to experts. All of this was stored in the refrigerator to methodically poison her family, which seemed very alarming, especially considering that there were 2 other daughters in the house. However, Diane was not afraid that her younger daughter would accidentally take this drink, as she plans included the girl murder right after Sarah's. But to convict Diane, tangible evidence was needed. Despite the cremation of her husband and son, some fragments of Mark and Sean could still be found. After conducting autopsies, detectives suggested examining them to see if the deadly substance left traces in their bodies. Tests showed the presence of ethylene glycol, one of the main components of antifreeze. Before arresting the poisoner, the police decided to find out if she had an accomplice, as it would be difficult to carry out everything alone. It is hard to imagine how the suspect managed to keep all her close ones unaware of her intentions. The detectives arrested Diane without informing her and then questioned her second daughter, Rachel. They told Rachel that her mother had confessed to poisoning Sarah, which made Rachel extremely anxious. It was evident that she knew more than she was admitting. The detectives wanted to speak with Rachel to gain more insight into the family's situation. Even before Diane confessed, Rachel had been acting oddly, laughing and joking inappropriately about the deaths of family members, but she didn't confess to anything. As suspicions grew, the police repeatedly searched the Stott family home and discovered a diary belonging to Rachel, which proved to be highly informative. In one concerning entry, Rachel reflected that soon both her father and brother would die. She comforted herself with the thought of getting money and her father's car. Alarmingly, this entry was dated 6 months before Mark's death, indicating that Rachel was aware of her mother's troubling intentions and did not try to stop her or warn anyone. It appeared she was content with the idea of her entire family dying soon. When Rachel was shown the diary, she was clearly taken aback. She quickly broke down and admitted that she had been working with her mother, Diane, who was the poisoner, from the very start. Their collaboration began when Rachel assisted Diane in researching methods and poisons online. They discovered that antifreeze, which is sold in stores with a bitter additive to deter accidental consumption, could be purchased online for their malicious plan. Diane would prepare poisoned meals and drinks, which Rachel would then deliver to her father, brother, and even sister. In her confession, Rachel stated that they poisoned each family member up to 3 times a day. Rachel had the closest relationship with her mother and had always been the favored daughter. Just like Diane, who resented the others and viewed them as burdens. Together, they decided to eliminate the rest of the family and start a new life. A month after Mark's death, Rachel shocked her family's friends by posting on social media, "I think I haven't seen my mother so relaxed in a long time." This suggested that they were content with the outcome. Rachel shared that they had discussed each murder in detail and agreed that Mark needed to die. However, she was uncertain about Sean. She believed he didn't have to be killed and could instead be placed in a specialized treatment facility permanently. Rachel even argued with her mother about Sean, initially opposing the idea of his death, but eventually conceding that it would be better to eliminate him. It seemed like a collaboration between mother and daughter in their plans. Rachel mentioned that she was surprised by Sarah's poisoning. She thought the reasons were not financial or related to deaths, but rather stemmed from a simple argument. Sarah often clashed with their mother, who found her very annoying. Regarding the 9-year-old girl, Rachel made vague remarks implying that the girl was also seen as a burden, which contributed to the desire to eliminate her as well. Diane was informed of Rachel's confession and encouraged to tell the complete truth. She agreed to do so. According to Diane, her resentment towards her husband began because he was emotionally distant and did not engage with her. She was also frustrated by his lavish spending and inability to support the family financially. Diane accused him of both physical and verbal abuse, as well as domestic violence, but these allegations were not corroborated by anyone who knew him well. In an attempt to defend herself, she claimed he had been unfaithful. However, none of Mark's close friends, whom he saw almost daily, supported these claims. Even Rachel's diary noted that their father was a devoted family man, suggesting he would harm himself before harming anyone else. Although Rachel and Diane expressed ongoing feelings of grievance, detectives believed the motive for the murders was more straightforward. Specifically, life insurance policies had been taken out on each family member, with benefits paid upon Mark's death. This would allow the widow to buy a larger, more comfortable home, marking the start of their deceptive plan. Rachel had also arranged other insurance policies that she intended to collect. Her diary revealed her concerns about the situation, which was closely examined during the hearings. Ultimately, Diane confessed that they had decided to take Sarah to the hospital while not doing the same for the other 2 victims because Rachel simply wanted to prevent anyone else from dying in the new house. They weren't worried about Sarah's passing. Instead, they viewed a dying loved one as a burden, just like the others. Rachel explained her behavior by sharing her deep anxieties related to her deceased brother. She vividly recalled the traumatic image of him lying on the floor, blood at his mouth, with cold, pale hands and glassy eyes. Following this, she moved into his room and often wrote in her diary about her heightened anxiety and the nightmares she experienced, in which Sean appeared. Both Rachel and Diane were arrested and charged with first-degree murder, and they were denied bail. The Lutheran Redeemer Church attended by the Stott family issued a supportive statement on behalf of all parishioners during this challenging time. Interestingly, although the pastor had reported his suspicions to the police and initiated the letter of support, he continued to pray for their souls. Rachel accepted responsibility for her actions and agreed to testify against her mother, admitting to 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of attempted second-degree murder. She received 2 life sentences but could apply for parole after 42 years. During her sentencing, Rachel apologized to her sister Sarah, who survived the poisoning and underwent extensive rehabilitation to learn to walk and talk again. Later, Rachel requested a reduction in her sentence, seeking a retrial. She claimed she was intimidated by her male attorney and had not been given a psychiatric evaluation, highlighting her mental health issues. However, her appeal was denied in 2018, and she did not pursue any further efforts to lessen her sentence. Diane Stott was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Throughout the trial, she used vague language and did not fully admit her guilt. She received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. In one of her final interviews, Diane claimed she was not responsible for Mark's death, attributing it to his addiction to alcohol and banned substance. She stated that he had connections with dangerous people, which led to his suffering. At that time, she had such strong feelings of hatred toward her husband that she did not want to help him. When Mark died, she felt relieved. However, there was no evidence to support Diane's claims about Mark's dependency. Her new narrative contradicted diary entries and statements from Rachel, leading others to doubt her. Sarah's life changed forever due to severe poisoning, and she will never fully recover. She now resides in a special care center and has a guardian. Sarah dreams of her late father and brother, believing they are like guardian angels watching over her. She has forgiven her mother and sister and does not hold any resentment toward them. Her strong faith keeps her devoted, and she spends a lot of time in church. Sarah hopes to achieve her dreams of becoming a French translator and visiting Paris. The case of Amy Mullis. Love triangles are among the most common causes of domestic crimes. This is a story about the Mullis family's farm in Unravel, Iowa, USA, a quiet and peaceful place with a close-knit community. On November 10, 2018, the younger Mullis children stayed home while their parents worked with their oldest son, Tristan, in one of the farm's pig barns. The family divided responsibilities among themselves to ensure everyone handled tasks they were best suited for. On that day, Tristan was cleaning the barn while his father, Todd Mullis, checked the electrical equipment. Tristan's mother, Amy, joined them a little later. When she entered the barn, she tripped over a bucket and nearly fell. Just a day before this incident, Amy had been experiencing health issues, including dizziness and pain. She had visited the doctor multiple times for similar problems. It seemed she hadn't fully recovered, yet she still decided to work. Noticing his wife's exhaustion, her husband suggested that she go home and rest. Todd mentioned that she could assist him later once he finished the main tasks with Tristan. Amy agreed but wanted to complete a small chore first. She intended to visit the nearby shed to retrieve a carrier for their animals, as they needed to take their cat to the veterinary clinic the following day. After Amy left, the father and son continued their work together. Eventually, Todd glanced out the window and noticed that the door of the distant shed was still open, even though Amy had been gone for quite some time. She should have returned by now with the carrier and closed the barn. Growing concerned that something might have happened, he worried that his wife might have fallen again due to her dizziness. He then asked Tristan to go outside and check what was happening. Perhaps his mother needed help. When Tristan arrived at the shed, he was shocked to see his mother with the tines of a corn rake protruding from her body. He rushed inside and realized it was critical. He immediately called for his father. Todd quickly ran to the source of the scream and recognized that he needed to act fast. He instructed his son to fetch the family pickup truck. Tristan was already skilled at driving and could navigate the property swiftly. While Tristan went for the truck, Todd attempted to help Amy and carry her out of the shed. The rake made it difficult for him to maneuver through the narrow space, forcing him to pull it out of her body. By the time Tristan arrived with the pickup truck, Todd had loaded Amy into the vehicle and quickly took the driver's seat. Tristan held his dying mother in his arms as his father called 911. The dispatcher received a call from a very agitated man who was shouting for help. Todd reported that an accident had occurred on the farm and that his wife was seriously injured. He explained to the operator that they had found her lying face down in the shed with a corn rake sticking out of her back. The corn rake had 4 straight, sharp tines designed to easily penetrate hay or piles of leaves, and unfortunately, they had pierced her flesh. While he was on the phone with the operator, Amy stopped breathing. The dispatcher instructed him to pull over and provide first aid. Following the operator's guidance, the father and son stopped their vehicle, laid Amy on the ground, alternated performing artificial respiration and chest compressions. Unfortunately, the resuscitation efforts did not have the desired effect. Todd took Amy to the emergency department, but there the doctors could only confirm the death of her. The police then called the father and son to the station to take their statements while forensic experts examined the scene. Tristan supported his father's account, which helped establish a solid alibi for Todd. Tristan firmly asserted that he had not taken his eyes off his father until he saw the rake protruding from his mother's back. He believes that a tragic accident has occurred. During the initial investigation, most of Tristan's account was corroborated. When Tristan and his father discovered Amy, she was still alive but unconscious. The police also interviewed Todd, who stated that he did not know how his wife was injured, as he was not present when it occurred. Todd speculated that she might have fallen onto a corn rake, possibly due to feeling dizzy. Although this explanation seems somewhat far-fetched, law enforcement chose to wait for the medical examiner's findings before drawing conclusions. The report arrived quickly, raising further questions. Notably, there were 6 puncture wounds from the corn rake, which was puzzling since the tool only had 4 prongs, meaning it should have left only 4 marks. The medical examiner noted that Amy had other injuries, including a bruise on her upper lip and several fresh bruises on her face. There were also similar bruises on her arms and legs, some of which appeared to be defensive wounds, suggesting that she had been in a struggle with at least one other person. There was no doubt that it was not an accident. It was clear that Amy had been attacked. Detectives began investigating the murder, and after new developments emerged, forensic experts returned to the barn to closely examine the scene and validate the coroner's suspicions. During the initial examination right after the incident, it was already dark, so the detectives needed to conduct a thorough inspection this time. Forensic scientists found several bloodstains in the shed, where Tristan had discovered his injured mother. There were small splatters on the chemical bags along the walls, on the floor, and on all nearby surfaces. The scene indicated a violent attack, as the blood had spread widely. This suggested that Amy could not have fallen onto the corn rake by herself, as her husband had claimed. She had been beaten with a farming tool, receiving 2 or 3 blows. The area where the crime occurred had been overall very peaceful. In the last 10 years, this was only the 4th murder. For this reason, law enforcement officials decided to seek assistance from state authorities, who had much more experience in solving such cases. Investigators spoke with the neighbors of the Mallas family, who revealed that their marriage had long been troubled. Their spouses were experiencing difficulties, frequently argued, even though the husband was known to be calm and non-confrontational. This raised suspicions among the police, leading them to believe that Todd not be telling the truth. He had a motive, making him the primary suspect in the case. Consequently, the police began to examine him more closely. The tragic loss of Amy, a kind and vibrant person, shocked the local community. Many were surprised that a mother of 3 could find herself in such a deadly situation. Detectives began investigating the couple's personal life to find a possible motive for the murder. 5 years earlier, Amy had cheated on Todd, which shattered his trust in her. This betrayal led to a decline in their once ideal relationship. However, they worked through their issues, decided to try to save their marriage for the sake of their children. They attended counseling with a family psychologist. Amy left her nursing job at the hospital to spend more time with her family, help on the farm, where she took care of the plants and animals and managed the family's finances. She told her friends that she quit her job at Todd's, urging to avoid new temptations. Meanwhile, Todd also made an effort to spend more time with Amy and their children. Despite these efforts, the psychologist observed that Todd could never fully regain his trust in Amy. Amy spent all her time on the farm, where Todd was usually present both day and night. As a result, Todd's behavior became much more controlling than it had been before. Later, Amy expressed her frustration, saying that her husband was practically monitoring her. They seemed to have reached an agreement about how they spent their time together, which Todd believed was a way to rebuild trust in their relationship. However, this situation became a major issue for Amy. She jokingly referred to herself as her husband's prisoner. She shared with her close friends. Todd even restricted Amy's friendships, deciding who she could communicate with and what interests she could pursue. One of the friends he allowed, Patricia Christopherson, noted that since 2018, Amy had stopped feeling joy in her marriage. Patricia claimed that even a year earlier, Amy had been unhappy, and her affair was a way to escape Todd's excessive control. Others in their circle suspected that Todd was involved in the murder. Several witnesses supported claims that Todd had total control over his wife and exhibited suspicious behavior. However, Todd presented a different narrative. He claimed that he spent nearly all his time with his wife and was very happy, asserting that there were no issues in their relationship. He stated that they had fully restored their previous harmonious and communication that they once had. However, during the investigation, it became clear that this was not entirely accurate. In July 2018, just a few months before the tragedy, Todd noticed changes in Amy's behavior, which led him to question her fidelity. He reviewed phone records and found that Amy had been communicating with another man, Jerry Frasher. Todd discovered around 120 messages exchanged between them and confronted Jerry directly. Jerry, who worked as an assistant on their farm and handled administrative tasks, denied having an affair, insisting that their correspondence was purely work-related. Todd was unable to access their message exchanges, which made him skeptical of Jerry's claims. He even contacted Jerry's wife, who reassured him that she trusted her husband completely and had no concerns about infidelity. This conversation seemed to ease Todd's worries, and he stopped suspecting his wife of any new infidelities. However, investigations later revealed that Amy and Jerry were romantically involved. Amy was having an affair again, which investigators believed could be a motive for murder. The police theorized that Todd discovered the affair, overwhelmed by shock, killed his wife. However, this theory was complicated by Todd's alibi. He had been with Tristan until Tristan went to check on his mother. Tristan claimed there were no arguments between his parents that day, and he had kept an eye on his father. Despite this, the police wanted to explore another possibility. Jerry Frasher might also have had a motive for murder. Jerry did not want to leave his family. Could he have killed Amy to keep his family intact? The detectives needed to investigate this angle as well. Amy often expressed frustration about Todd working too much, leaving her to handle various farm tasks that she disliked. She wanted to go out and enjoy life, spending more time in town. After trying to salvage her relationship, it became clear to her that she and Todd had significant differences. Jerry often visited the farm for work, where he interacted with Todd and Amy. Occasionally, he spoke with Amy privately, and their conversations gradually turned into flirting, then an intimate affair. This relationship began in late May 2018. The couple met about once a week for intimate, typically in cars on the farm's dirt roads or during brief stays in motel rooms. For Amy, it became a source of inspiration, leading her to express a desire to leave her husband and marry Jerry. This would require Jerry to get a divorce, but his wife was unaware of the affair. Jerry was content in his marriage and had no intention of divorcing. He did not take his relationship with Amy seriously and even wanted to end it, as he felt it had gone too far. Law enforcement officials recovered most of the letters exchanged between Jerry and Amy, revealing that their relationship lasted until the summer of 2018. At that point, Jerry suggested they slow things down because he was uncertain about their future together. Meanwhile, there were indications that Amy was determined to confess her feelings. This created a sense of threat for Jerry, providing him with a strong motive for murder. Jerry spent about an hour and a half confessing to the affair but maintained that he could not have killed Amy. He stated that at the time of the attack, he was at his home in Anamosa, which is a 45-minute drive from the crime scene. Investigators checked the mobile phone data of Jerry, which showed activity at the same times every hour. Jerry's cell phone active at around 10:45, 11:45, 12:45, all in Anamosa. However, this did not definitively confirm his alibi, as a calculated murderer would likely avoid taking their phone to the crime scene. The hourly activity raised suspicions, leaving him not entirely free from scrutiny. Investigators were still focused on the widower, Todd. He had a significant financial motive as well. If a divorce occurred, he would have to pay more than half of his income to support their 3 children. Friends mentioned that Amy, despite wanting a divorce, was afraid to leave Todd because she feared his reaction. Some described him as rude and aggressive, suggesting he could be capable of murder, although he had never been seen treating his wife poorly. The investigators then turned their attention to Todd's behavior on the day of Amy's death. During questioning, his reactions raised suspicions. Typically, innocent people defend themselves aggressively, but Todd remained calm when asked about the murder allegations. This calmness could indicate subconscious guilt. Overall, he was known to be a calm person with a quiet temperament. The farm had several cameras, one of which had a view of almost the entire area around the barn where the murder occurred. Unfortunately, no recordings from that day were saved. It appears someone deleted them to hide their involvement. Given the circumstances, the prime suspect was the victim's husband. In February 2019, Todd Mollis was arrested and charged with murdering his wife. Nearly a year after Amy's death, both her family and the relatives of Todd gathered at the courthouse. Todd, a hard-working farmer known for being a devoted father, now faced charges for the brutal murder of his wife. The defense attorney agreed with the prosecution that the crime was premeditated, but argued that Todd could not have attacked his wife with the corn rake, as Tristan had been in sight of him the whole time. They claimed there was no physical evidence linking Todd to the crime, no fingerprints, no DNA on the corn rake, and no traces of the attacker were found. The prosecution countered that the murder was driven by a personal motive, emphasizing that it wasn't a distant shooting but rather a close-range attack using an unusual weapon from the farm's tools. If a stranger had committed the crime, they likely wouldn't have used a tool found on the farm. Todd was familiar with that corn rake, skilled in its use, and knew exactly where it was kept. He acted decisively, leaving Amy no chance to escape. He attacked her multiple times. During the trial, many witnesses who knew both Amy and Todd testified. One of them was a doctor from the emergency room where the victim had worked as a nurse for many years. Amy was brought to the same hospital where she had previously saved lives. Unfortunately, shortly after her arrival, she was declared dead by the medical examiner and law enforcement. The doctors were puzzled by how a single blow from a 4-pronged corn rake could cause 6 deep wounds on Amy's body. The eldest son, Tristan, served as the main witness for the defense. Both sides carefully examined his statements during the hearings. The prosecution faced a challenge with the alibi that Tristan maintained. However, just days before the trial began, law enforcement re-interviewed Tristan. He admitted that he had lost sight of his father several times while fetching water for the shed, but insisted that his father was only gone for a few minutes each time. The defendant's lawyer argued that this brief absence was not enough time to commit the crime and hide the evidence. Yet, during the trial, Tristan changed his testimony again, stating that he could not accurately determine how long his father had been missing. This gave the prosecution a chance to highlight Todd's lack of an alibi. However, Tristan insisted that his father could not have killed his mother and claimed he did not see any blood on him, which allowed the defense attorney to build their argument. The defense maintained that Todd did not have enough time to get water, go to the shed, deal with his wife, and return. Furthermore, the blood spatter in the room where the attack took place was too extensive for the attacker to avoid getting covered in blood. The lawyer argued that the prosecution had no direct evidence against Todd, which was true. The case also leaned on the search histories of both the victim and the accused. Amy had searched online about how infidelity could affect property division in a divorce, while Todd's phone had concerning searches related to the consequences of murder. During the trial, Todd spent 3 hours answering the prosecutor's questions, maintaining his innocence and claiming he was unaware of Amy's new relationship. He explained to the jury that the security cameras were not functioning during the attack because, in his view, the cats had accidentally disconnected the wires while looking for a warm spot. Investigators was revealed that the cameras had been out of order for 2 weeks before Amy's death, and Todd only repaired the system after the police discovered the disconnected wires. By the end of the interrogations, the jury began deliberating the verdict. Because there was no direct evidence and many disagreements about the case, the jurors split into 2 groups with opposing opinions. After about 7 hours of discussion, Todd Mollis was found guilty of first-degree murder. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Disappointed, Todd shook his head as he was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs. He immediately disagreed with the verdict once it was announced. He hired a new legal team and filed a motion for a retrial. Todd argued that no one was in the shed when his wife accidentally fell on a corn rake after losing consciousness. She had been feeling dizzy and even visited the hospital the day before her death. There was no substantial evidence against Todd, just speculation and rumors, but his appeal was denied. Now, he is focused on appealing the verdict from prison and believes that justice will eventually be served. He feels an accidental incident took the life of a mother of 3, and an unjust legal system took their father from them. Todd and Amy Mollis's 3 children are now cared for by Amy's family. The case of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. Christopher Newsom was born on September 21, 1983, in Knoxville, Tennessee, to Hugh and Mary Newsom. He was often called Chris by his friends and family. He attended Halls High School. There, he joined the baseball team, where he showcased impressive skills and teamwork. In 2002, he enrolled in Pellissippi State Technical Community College, a community college, to study carpentry. During this time, he met Shannon Christian, a beautiful girl who captivated him at first sight. Shannon was born on April 29, 1985, in Nacogdoches, Texas. Shannon, known for her beauty and kind nature, they developed a close relationship with each other. In 1997, the Christian family moved to Tennessee. Shannon graduated from Farragut High School in 2003 and then enrolled in the sociology program at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. During this time, she actively supported Christopher by attending his baseball games and traveling with him. They were often described as inseparable. Although they still lived with their parents, they dreamed of a future together. In the city of Knoxville, there lived a man named Lamarcus Davidson, who was originally from Memphis and was born on June 13, 1981. His childhood and teenage years were challenging. His mother struggled with severe substance addiction, and his father was an alcoholic. Lamarcus had a half-brother named Latalvis Cobbins. At the age of 16, Lamarcus had a chance to change his life but chose to pursue a criminal path, which quickly led him to prison. After prison, instead of turning his life around, Lamarcus began dealing illegal substances and became involved with a girl, who was also entrenched in the banned substance. Unfortunately, Latalvis faced a similar fate. In 2003, Latalvis was convicted of attempted robbery in the 3rd degree and served time. He was released on August 5, 2006, and moved to Knoxville, where he rented a room in a run-down house in the industrial area of the city. Lamarcus also tried to locate Latalvis, who was dating Vanessa Coleman. Lamarcus set off on a journey with his girlfriend. They arrived in Knoxville in early 2007. On January 5th, Lamarcus and his girlfriend had a serious argument, which escalated to him hitting her. The next day, she chose to leave. On Saturday, January 6, 2007, Shannon and Christopher had plans for dinner and a party. Before meeting up, Shannon stopped by her friend's house to help her with makeup, hair, and outfit selection. They parted ways around 8 p.m., and Shannon began waiting for Christopher, who was coming from another part of town. At the same time, Lamarcus, along with his two friends George Thomas and Eric Boyd, formed a dangerous trio that arrived at Latalvis's place with a sinister plan. During their drive, they used banned substances and talked. Around midnight, Christopher and Shannon went to the parking lot of the apartment complex. Shannon got behind the wheel of her Toyota pickup, while Christopher leaned over next to her, keeping the door open. They shared a kiss. Suddenly, armed bandits appeared and attacked them. The criminals forced the frightened couple into the back seat of the truck and drove them to a rented house. Both Shannon and Christopher had their hands tied behind their backs. Later, it was revealed that Eric had distanced himself from the gang at that time. The next morning, January 7th, Shannon's mother, Dina Christian, woke up feeling uneasy because Shannon had not returned home and wasn't answering her phone. Dina's worry increased when Shannon's best friend called to say the couple hadn't shown up at the party. So, Dina contacted the rescue service. Realizing that the kidnapping victims were adults and that the authorities were not taking action, the families of them people decided to search for their children on their own. That evening, Lamarcus arrived at Daphne's house, his girlfriend, driving Shannon's car and wearing Christopher's sneakers, which were clearly too small for him. Daphne noticed these details and asked him to take her to the rented house so she could pick up her belongings, including clothes and cosmetics. When Daphne arrived, she saw Latalvis and George Thomas. They informed her that they couldn't get her belongings at that moment. Daphne was not allowed to enter the kitchen or the bedroom where Latalvis was currently holding Shannon. Feeling frustrated, Daphne left. Meanwhile, Shannon and Christopher were enduring a horrific ordeal. After being subjected to various forms of torture, Christopher was taken to the railroad tracks, dressed only in a shirt and underwear. They forced him to walk barefoot, blindfolded, with his hands bound and gagged. Suddenly, loud gunshots rang out, attacking Christopher in the neck and back. He did not die immediately, but the third attack to his head was fatal. Afterward, the attackers poured gasoline on him and set him on fire. Upon returning to the house, they subjected Shannon to abuse, which was incredibly brutal and lasted for several hours. They then bound her, put her in a garbage bag, and covered her with sheets. She was slowly dying from lack of oxygen. On January 8th, the burnt body of a man was discovered near the railroad tracks, and an examination confirmed it was Christopher. The investigators tasked with informing his mother, Mary. They had to caution her that the condition of the body would be horrifying. Nevertheless, she insisted on identifying him at the morgue. Mary placed her hand on the body bag and whispered to her son. The criminals left the rented house, and Lamarcus chose to stay at Daphne's for a few nights. He claimed that his brother had suddenly disappeared with the apartment keys, making it impossible for him to get inside. Although Daphne was skeptical at first, she eventually believed him. Meanwhile, the other accomplices, Latalvis, Vanessa, and George returned to Kentucky. In her personal diary, Vanessa wrote about how exciting her life had become and the new experiences she had gained recently. On January 9th, police officers arrived at a rented house where a tragic incident had occurred. Inside, they found Shannon's lifeless body, which was sent for examination. The doctors concluded that both victims had suffered greatly. A corrosive chemical substance was found in Shannon's throat, on her body, and in the area of her injured genitals, indicating that she had been tortured while alive. Investigators also conducted a thorough examination, and the first thing that caught the investigators' eyes was that the floor was covered in dirt. Furthermore, a pack of cigarettes was found in the living room, even though neither Shannon nor Christopher smoked. Finally, the agent stumbled upon an envelope, and after it was subjected to a fingerprint analysis, it was linked to Lamarcus. He had been involved in numerous crimes and had a criminal record. The detectives had no trouble determining his place of residence. The police department learned about the situation and intended to speak with Lamarcus first. However, he had fled. He made a critical mistake by calling Eric, which agents overheard and recorded. They also located Daphne and convinced her to assist with the investigation. During her first interrogation, a frightened Daphne shared everything she knew and mentioned that Lamericus had pleaded with her to believe in his innocence. The detectives recorded everything on video, showing the disarray in the apartment. In addition to important shell casings, experts found video recordings, Christopher's shoes, binoculars, and a discharged .22 caliber revolver that matched the weapon used to kill Christopher. The case gained significant attention, reaching beyond the state, prompting the involvement of federal agents. Crucial information emerged about the video found in the apartment. It had been rented from a library in Kentucky by George Thomas. Meanwhile, the police needed a strategy to approach Lamericus and decided to start with Eric. Finding Eric was straightforward, and within hours, he was located and arrested. His attempts to shift the blame onto others failed due to the strong evidence linking him to the crime. That same day, Vanessa and Latalvis was also arrested. On January 12, 2007, Shannon's family made a public appeal seeking attention from the media while waiting for updates on the investigation. They expressed gratitude for the help they received in searching for the couple and organized prayers for the funeral. Unfortunately, due to the condition of Shannon's body, the family could not hold an open ceremony. All 5 suspects provided their accounts of the events, trying to blame each other, but they agreed that the attack was motivated by robbery. Eric was believed to be the main perpetrator and was also accused of knowing about the crime beforehand and failing to intervene. The other suspects admitted to being in the rented house during the incident. There was uncertainty about whether Vanessa participated in the violence willingly or was coerced. She was placed under protection, but after several interrogations, she eventually admitted that she actively took part in the attack. On January 25, 2007, a memorial service was held at the University of Tennessee campus to honor Shannon. A year later, a golf tournament was organized, and a victims' memorial fund was created. Additionally, scholarships were established for senior high school students from Shannon's alma mater. In memory of Christopher, Pellissippi College held an annual memorial baseball tournament at Halls Community Park. Halls High School has also awarded an annual scholarship in his name to the top baseball player. George, Latalvis, and Vanessa faced charges related to the case. Initially, they were expected to be tried in separate trials from May to August 2008, but Eric was federally charged in the U.S. District Court. On April 16, 2008, Eric Boyd was found guilty on all counts, including theft and concealing a fugitive's whereabouts. He received the maximum sentence of 18 years in prison. George's attorneys requested a speedy trial, arguing that there was no evidence linking him to the crime scene. Their request was granted, and the trial was scheduled for August 2008, but it was postponed to 2009. At that time, District Attorney Randy Mickles announced that if Latalvis and Vanessa were found guilty, the state would seek the death penalty. However, the trials for both Latalvis and Vanessa, as well as George's trial, were delayed due to leaks to the press about the case details. The defense argued that a change of venue was necessary to ensure a fair trial, but this request was denied by Knox County Criminal Court Judge Richard Baumgartner. He convened a new jury in Nashville in November 2008. The house where the victims were killed was purchased by a company and quickly demolished. The new owners planned to build a memorial for Shannon and Christopher on the site. By the end of August the following year, Latalvis was scheduled to stand trial. During his testimony, he admitted to lying several times during his interrogation but stated that he would only tell the truth now that he was under oath. On the first day of deliberation, the jury met for about 10 hours. The following morning, the verdict was announced. Latalvis Coppins was found guilty of both murders but was acquitted of abuse assault charges. On August 26, 2009, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. 2 months later, Lamericus went to trial. A key piece of evidence against him was the testimony of a medical examiner who conducted the autopsy. Her detailed testimony about the victim's injuries left those in court in disbelief. A particularly shocking moment occurred and autopsy photographs were shown. The prosecutor's assistant fainted, leading to a brief recess during which Judge Richard warned that anyone who cried would be removed from the courtroom. The jury deliberated for only 4 hours and identified many new factors that increased the severity of the charges. These included the various methods used to inflict pain on the victims. Lamarcus Davidson was found guilty of first-degree aggravated robbery and first-degree murder. Additionally, he was convicted for his involvement in abuse assaults against Christopher and for committing violence against Shannon. The sentencing hearing began on October 28, 2009, at 9 a.m. and was expected to continue until Friday. The prosecutors aimed for the death penalty and called upon the victims' relatives to share their testimonies and emotions. Shannon's younger brother spoke about the importance of his sister in his life, while Dina, in a calm and measured tone, shared the devastating impact that losing her daughter had on her. Judge Richard described these crimes as some of the most inhumane cases he had ever encountered and stated that no punishment could be deemed sufficient for the murders committed. Jurors unanimously recommended that Lamarcus Davidson receive the death penalty on 4 counts of capital murder, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder against Christopher and Shannon. Dina later stated that she and her family were pleased with the sentence, feeling that justice had been achieved. Hugh, Christopher's father, hoped that other court cases would result in similar outcomes. Meanwhile, the media continued to cover the situation, leading to new theories. Some people suggested that the crimes were racially motivated because both Shannon and Christopher were white, while their attackers were black. This sparked a rally organized by white nationalists, which prompted another group to protest against them. The protesters insisted that there was no link between the crime and the race of the victims, emphasizing that the incident started with the carjacking of Shannon. They also made it clear that they had no association with the rally or its organizers. On December 8, 2009, George Thomas was found guilty of all charges against him. The specific charges included 2 counts of murder with extreme cruelty and 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. His case relied entirely on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony. The sentencing hearing occurred the same day and continued until December 10th. The jury deliberated for approximately 3 hours and returned the sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for each of the 4 capital convictions. Vanessa's situation became a significant legal challenge. Although federal authorities granted her immunity, intending to make her a key witness in a federal auto theft case, state courts did not agree to release her. They ruled that federal immunity did not apply to state charges of murder and abuse assault. On May 13, 2010, Vanessa Coleman was found not guilty of first-degree murder and the crimes against Christopher. However, she was still punished for her involvement in other serious offenses, including kidnapping, abuse assault, and murder related to Shannon's case. On July 30, 2010, she was sentenced to 53 years in prison. 4 years later, just as the victims' families were starting to heal from their trauma, a shocking development raised doubts about the fairness of the trial. In March 2011, Judge Richard, who had presided over the case, revealed that he was stepping down due to banned substance addiction. The state Supreme Court then upheld the decisions made in the cases against George and Vanessa and ordered new hearings. In the second trial, Vanessa's diary became crucial evidence for prosecutors. They aimed to show Vanessa's connection to the crimes that occurred that night, using statements Vanessa had written in her diary during the days leading up to Shannon and Christopher's deaths. This evidence raised significant questions about her claims of innocence. Despite this, Vanessa maintained that she had accidentally ended up in that house and was a victim of circumstances. Her lawyer argued that her diary entries were nonsensical attempts, suggesting that the torture and murder of the victims were irrelevant to her at all. He informed the jury that Lamarcus attacked Vanessa when she tried to leave the house and that he threatened her when she mentioned seeking help. On May 17, 2013, the judge ruled on a sentencing case, stating that it was the most complex and horrific case he had ever encountered. A new trial for George resulted in a guilty verdict, with the jury once again recommending a like sentence, but with the possibility of parole. Shortly after, Supreme Court Judge Walter Kurtz upheld the jury's decision, sentencing George Thomas to 2 consecutive life sentences for murder and an additional 25 years for abuse offenses. While Christopher's parents were relieved that justice was served, they remained determined to hold George's accomplices accountable as well. They made every effort to contact him, and after 11 years following the tragic events, he finally disclosed details about his collaborators in various crimes. On March 20, 2018, a Knox County grand jury returned a 36-count indictment against Eric Boyd. He was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Yazoo City, Mississippi, and was held at the Knox County Jail, where he was being held on $1 million bail. Eric finally went to trial on state charges in August 2019. Co-defendant George Thomas testified at the trial of Eric Boyd. In exchange for his testimony, George was allowed to have his first-degree murder convictions reduced to second-degree murder, his aggravated abuse convictions reduced to aggravated assault, and his sentence reduced from life in prison with the possibility of parole to 50 years. Thus, on August 13, 2019, Eric Boyd was found guilty on 36 counts of murder and invasion of privacy, receiving a life sentence plus an additional 90 years in prison. Every year, the families of Shannon and Christopher hold a memorial walk to honor the couple. In 2022, many cyclists participated in the event, riding through the streets of Knoxville. This act became a meaningful show of respect for the grieving families, allowing people to express their remembrance and love for the victims. The organizers of the event announced their intention to continue the bike ride annually to raise public awareness about the tragic events. One can only hope that this tragic case, which took the lives of young people, will serve as an important lesson for someone. The case of Jennifer Paulson. Jennifer Paulson was born on June 23, 1979, in Washington, USA. She grew up in a close-knit family filled with love and warmth. Jennifer has 2 older brothers and shares a strong bond with them,